Hi, guys. Welcome to the channel. Welcome to Untimely Meditations for another late show with your host, Lord Hellespont V, your favorite pseudo intellectual. We're going to talk about some of the upcoming auctions today, but I will let the list populate for a little bit, play you some generic background music, enjoy my coffee, and some auctions coming up, a lot of them in New York, by Phillips, by Christie's, by Audemars, by Sotheby's, and June is a pretty exciting month in general. There are some of your run-of-the-mill hype watches, some interesting examples, some rare stuff, some not so rare, some unobtainable stuff in the market that seems to be popping up more and more frequently in auctions. So we're going to take a look at some of those watches and enjoy this beautiful Sunday evening. Thank you for being here, by the way. Yesterday, I think that was a beautiful, beautiful night of boxing. Or actually an afternoon in Melbourne, of course, where the fight was actually taking place. I know there were a lot of complaints about the style of boxing, the visual aesthetics of perhaps of that particular fight, which never really turned into a firefight, which Devin Haney basically controlled from beginning to the end and really dominated in the last quarter, to be quite frank. But I think it was a very, very impressive performance by a young athlete who basically risked it all, went to the other guy's backyard, and fought for 30% of the purse, even though he was also a champion. So it really shows you how sometimes even the underdog can be on the up and up, and when you have something to prove, I guess you really have nothing to lose. So it's a great story for everyone, very inspirational for anyone at all. I think that Devin Haney went to Australia, barely actually had the support of his main trainer and also a father until the very last minute. So I think it's very inspiring. BC is here. Welcome. Welcome, guys. So nice to see you. Holly says, time for me to unzip. Thank you. I have been speaking in my bedroom voice, so I hope that helps, Polly. Jay Gray says, Haney likes his neck chains and rims. Hey, man, he's a young man making millions of dollars per fight. He should enjoy his life. I like him. I actually like his style. It's not my style at all. I'm sure you guys know this by now if you have seen me in real life and better. But even on these screens, that's not necessarily my style. But it is his style, and I think he wears it well. He carries himself with a certain dignity. Um, and hey, he has an absolute and unquestionable commitment to the sport. Um, even though he was the guy with the bigger frame And supposedly the guy who was expected to have more difficulty making weight, he wasn't the one who missed the weight in the weigh-in. In fact, I've never seen Devin Haney out of shape, blown up in weight between fights. I've never seen him embarrassing himself in public, partying hard too much. I've never seen him being charged for, domestic violence, some sort of abuse, um, hit and run. The guy is squeaky clean, and he's a young man making a lot of money and really successful. If that's the way he is going to enjoy himself, which is to say, spending all sorts of money into luxury goods that he doesn't need and no one really ever needs, I'm not going to judge him. I think, beyond perhaps you, save for you as an exception, Jay Gray, probably most of us in this community are guilty of that sort of excess in some shape or form. His dad was organizing his chains in the post-fight presser. Yeah, I saw that. And I actually thought that was really endearing. I thought that was really cute. Wristwatch Holic, welcome to the channel. Upvote. Yeah, let me see if I can find a picture of that, because I think it was a very charming scene, actually. Nothing that's really not video, quite frankly. Pardon me. But we can kind of see what Jay Gray about if we take a look at the photo right here. There we go. Share. By the way, guys, I posted the link already and pinned it up there. So if you would like to join the panel in any shape or form and contribute to the discussion, talk about some watches, take a look at some of the upcoming auctions, feel free. So yeah, this is Devin Haney, his chains and his Richard Mille with a baby pink rubber band strapped on his hand wraps, which is absolutely counterintuitive, of course, but who cares? It's just a photo shoot. All right, so let's jump in. I think we might as well start with the Phillips auction, which is gonna take place on June 11 and June 12th. I think there are about, how many lots? There are about 150 plus lots. I'll quickly, or rather, I'll actually slowly scroll down. So if there's anything that you want me to pay particular attention to, this could be a good chance for you to make a note of it in the chat, and I will return to it. They also have a particular focus under $15,000. So that could be something to check out. But a lot of this is very run of the mill. I hate to say, a lot of it is very much, Pateks that you can't get at list price. Saxonia annual calendar from Alain Gonzone. A nice Zeitwerk from Erlanger und Söhne, Patek Philippe World Time, 5740, which is the 5741G, I should say, which is the white gold Patek perpetual calendar, in a Nautilus case, a tank américain, tank française, a two-tone vintage Cartier Santos, an interesting example of Hoya Carrera chronograph. Again, an interesting trio of Hoyas there. So if you're interested in them at all, feel free to drop a message. I'll scroll back and check them out, but I want you to have a general sense of what is there in the first place. Some older Rolex, some contemporary Rolex. A nice Daytona on a leather band. New alt stock, supposedly. That should be, by the way, a white gold with the zenith movement, and I'm guessing a sodalite dial as well. So that could be an interesting one to check out. I'm just gonna open that already. A very cool H Moser with a gray fumé dial. Reminds me of some of the old Les Paul customs that have a similar finish. It's a beautiful, beautiful color. There we go. The 5976/1G, the 40th anniversary Nautilus chronograph. J'ai le Coutrin Master Control Geographic. Haven't seen the Haikin before, Jay Gray says, so let's make a note of that. Seems like a Halloween watch. A nice Patek chronograph. I would like to take a look at that. The older generation of the overseas in chronograph with a blue dial and big dates. That could be interesting. $59.90. Travel time. Nautilus in pink gold. There's a very fascinating Audemars Piguet Royal Oak day dates moon phase with a purple dial. A bold execution of annual calendar with a moon phase in Patek right here. Some interesting omegas, as is obligatory. There's a double red sea dweller in a very attractive condition, probably. An Aquanaut chronograph. Audemars Piguet Royal Oak Jumbo extra thin from the earlier generation with a salmon dial. Coke on Jubilee, Platinum World Time. A lot of interesting stuff. Nothing, I guess, nothing strikingly rare and not before seen. Nothing so far that strikes me as I scroll through like this. Oh, this looks fine. 69, 64. Lemon, Paul Newman. This probably deserves a second look. And FP Jaune chronomètre Souverain. There was a chronomètre bleu earlier. Let's see, where are we? It's fascinating to see how these watches from being very niche interests, not merely 3-4 years ago, became some of the most desirable collectibles that drive up a bidding frenzy in auctions. Oh, there's a nice pink on pink chronograph by Patek. That should be a lovely, lovely piece. Tantalum pink gold, mid-sized royal oak in two-tone. An A-series royal oak, again, some of the usual suspects. New old stock, Snoopy, Silver Award, or Silver Snoopy Award, I think is the way they usually put it. Vacheron Constantin Mercator, that could be interesting. A platinum world time with a Clausenet dial mounted on a platinum rice bead bracelet, that could be interesting. H. Mose Streamliner flyback chronograph. Lange 1 Tourbillon perpetual calendar, that I think deserves a second look. What else? A Hulk, number 139. That could be an interesting one to check out and see, and figure out where it ends up. Frankly, you probably, if you have checked out a few different auctions already, you have a sense of how they choose their pieces. They want to make sure, and that's why they have an entire piece that is an expose on items only up to $15,000. They want to make sure to get people who are at various price segments, people who are just getting into the hobby and perhaps are getting ready to buy their first watch at an auction and are not quite ready to really lavishly spend hundreds and of thousands of dollars. So they will have a few pieces by Rolex that may be otherwise hard to get, but are not so special and rare. They will have some of the hype watches that are incredibly desirable, but very difficult to get through conventional means. They will have some of the staples in terms of the vintage collectibles, like a vintage Patek chronograph, a Patek perpetual calendar, a world timer in platinum, an old school Calatrava, an A series Audemars Piguet Royal Oak. So there will be mainstays like that. maybe like a classic Patek annual calendar from late 90s, early 2000s, perhaps in platinum, just to make things a little interesting. But you will also have, a Hulk or like a 5-digit or 4-digit Rolex GMT master, um, like a 4-digit Explorer 1016. Some of these absolute classics. See another double red. Then you will have something perhaps that's a little more niche, like a Comex or Mil Spec sub or Sea Dweller. So it's a very delicate balance, but there's almost a natural history to the selections they make to auctions. And there will be a bunch of independents, of course, here. They're mostly presented by FP Jean. There's, as you see an Urban Jorgensen, MBNF, de Bethune, and then you have Patek Philippe 5711 with a green dial, for example. All right, let's start with their little essay on 10 pieces under 15,000 and see what they have zoomed in. Because again, they want to all sorts of different kinds of people into the conversation. Watch Nicholas. Hey man, thank you for dropping by and thanks for reminding everyone to upvote. Good to see you. Good to have you on board. You're always welcome here. And feel free to engage in if you like. Right. So here are the 10 lots they have highlighted. There is the lot 105, which is a Patek Philippe Calatrava in yellow gold with these highly stylized lugs, as you can see. It is apparently almost 100 years old watch, bought in 1923. And very interesting numerals, cathedral hands. So very charming watch. Lot 71 is a Breitling Chronograph. It's an Avi. Lot 74 is a watch that will always catch my eye, as one of my earliest mentors in this industry was and is a Breitling connoisseur and enthusiast. Replacing the earlier Avi, the 765 evolved into the Co-Pilot, a pilot's watch designed specifically worn by the French Naval Air Force and worn by luminaries such as Jean-Claude Killy and Raquel Welch. This particular example is double signed by the French retailer Lip, visible on the dial, and is further accompanied by a fitted Lip presentation box. Look at that. Lot 74. That seems very, very interesting. Classical aviation chronograph. Maybe even more charming by that double signature and the presentation box. A Grand Seiko dress watch, still from the days where they had the double branding. Hey, Jimmy, welcome. Welcome to the channel, which they minimized, as you remember, later because they they wanted to make sure that Grand Seiko has its own brand and its own legitimacy as a separate company, but I'm not sure how well it's working for them so far. But that's actually a gold watch, SBGR 091 limited edition. So lot 44. I think there's always, for me at least, a very interesting charm in precious metal watches that are so discreet. You know, very classical design. The Dauphine hands, and the heat blued seconds hand, beautifully polished and applied indices, and everything in white gold, I think, makes it very classy and discreet all at once. There we have the Urban Jorgensen triple calendar. Could be an interesting dress watch in yellow gold. You have again a triple calendar chronograph, which has which is powered by a movement that's based on the famed Zenith El Primero caliber. And then you have lot 46, which apparently was a limited release of only 38 pieces and more or less celebrated the retirement of the 38 millimeter case size. Serial number one for this lot 46. Very fascinating. And it comes with these 3 additional dials, I think, which all have their own charm, if you ask me. But of course, they use the so-called Goldilocks, which I think is the right decision because that's the most balanced one among them. Still carries a very distinct Zenith El Primero appearance, but quite modern in terms of those slight overlaps. I would have this as a second choice. It's more of a vintage look, perhaps, but you know, that's exactly what we like here on this channel. And then there's lot 27, which is a reference A386 El Primero with that classic bracelet, which I absolutely despise, but somehow it's become quite characteristic of Zenith to highlight that bracelet, and here it is in its original iteration, which I think came back in the revival edition as this particular bracelet as well. Beautiful lot 76, which is a reference 2998 dash 1 Speedmaster. Beautiful alpha hands, you know, and that lollipop seconds hand, I think, quite frankly, makes this a very unique and charming piece. I wanted to take a look next at the 16519, which is white gold Daytona with a soda-like dial um, on an alligator strap right here. Still has the sticker on the back with the reference number. Always fascinating to see those. Of course, the punched papers, the presentation box, tags, guarantee, everything. And that diamond, that sodalite dial set with a series of small flawless diamonds with the coronet at 12 o'clock and the Arabics at the quarters. This is from 1998. So, right before the turn of the century, when Rolex would introduce the 4130, their first in house caliber in about 5 decades, their first automatic chronograph movement, which continues to power Daytona watches up until our day. But here we have the Lot 38, which is an example from before 2000 with the El Primero movement. A very unique watch, a 5-digit Daytona full set 16517, estimated to sell between $30,000 to $60,000, and I can certainly imagine it selling for even more, quite frankly. I can certainly see it. The next one is Konstantin Hakin. What's going on here? Let's see. We have more visitors. Jimmy says the dial on the Daytona pumps. Yeah, I think the Sodalite is a very nice version of the blue dial, I think. Very unique. Corrado Galizia says this is an investment piece, though you could never wear it at this point. Hey, um, it depends, man. Just because something's a full set doesn't mean you can't wear it. Maybe you don't want to. Maybe you can use it as an investment, and it's ideal for that. I think the rarity in and of itself, right? I think the fact that this is the last generation of, like the last few years of the Zenit El Primero movement, powering a Rolex chronograph. The precious metal ones are even more rare. They used to come, of course, on a leather strap at the time, no oyster flex. In 1998, of course. The fact that it has a sodalite dial, so already so many things that make it a unique watch. I think it's a personal choice, honestly. If I were trying to buy it, I would most certainly buy it to wear it. I might save the strap, um, seeing that it's an original. The original OC says these pieces typically sell for over what common sense dictates should be paid. Absolutely, and the estimates are usually on the more conservative side. So we will see. Mm. And next up, we have the Konstantin Haikin number 19 out of 88, a whimsical limited edition bronze and stainless steel wristwatch with guarantee and presentation box. From It is Halloween, in fact. Yeah, nice. I mean, it's very. I think they got it right there. Whimsical. It's a very whimsical, unusual watch. Um, I already get irritated, honestly, when I see smiling faces and other um, sorts of shapes that I don't expect to see on my dial. Um, so having something intentionally done that way puts me off even more, in a sense. But this is again comes with a conservative estimate from $3,000 to $6,000, and I guess for the right person, it can be a statement piece. For everyone else, it remains a curiosity. Next up, we have a Patek Philippe 5975J, a fine and attractive limited edition yellow gold chronograph with a multi-scale dial, commemorative coin, attestation, presentation box. Again, a full set. Um, Seems to be in an impeccable condition as well. I do love the lugs of this case, how it's stylized. I love everything about the watch, quite honestly. I think to me, again, not being a huge fan of the Patek sports models, this is what inspires me when I think of a sporty Patek. This is the kind of image that I see in my mind. So it's just about perfect. Let's see what the occasion was. 2014. It says from the property from the estate of an important American collector. These are currently on display in New York City. Hey, also, you should go and check it out. I may be going on Thursday night. Let me know if there's something you want me to photograph. Absolutely. Photograph this one, please. OC 5975J. Glad. Corrado says that sounds fun. Glad you take advantage of the perks of living in the city offer. Absolutely. Absolutely. Living in New York is amazing. I mean, we have a Christie's here. We have a Sotheby's here now, but they don't bring out many pieces to display anymore, or maybe no longer, or maybe not for a while. I don't know. They used to. They used to. Christie's used to invest a little more about their Los Angeles branch for watches, but not for a while. And I'm sure the pandemic had something to do with that. In celebration of its 175th anniversary in 2014, Patek Philippe presented a chronograph honoring its prestigious past in a playful contemporary manner. Right. I was exactly thinking of the same thing, actually, like a 5212A in the contemporary lineup, right? That idea where you mix elements of classical elegance and a kind of playful modernism. And you have the same thing here. You know, you have um, a beautiful Patek chronograph case, but you have this dial with concentric circles, multi-scale chronograph, um, just beautiful combination. You know, this is as whimsical as it can and as it should get for me. A 40 millimeter yellow gold case, so very modern proportions as well, not too small, not too large at all. Rather slim case. It also says limited edition of 400 pieces in yellow, pink, and white gold, 100 pieces in platinum. So 500 pieces. This is one of 500, and probably one of 150 or something. If I were to guess. and probably unworn, estimated between 30 to 60K. I think right away, this is my favorite so far. There we have Vacheron Constantin 49 um, 49150. This is the earlier generation of the overseas chronograph with those beautiful um, registers, the three subdials that vary in size and dimension, you know, with the seconds being the smallest, hours, minutes, the big date. I really do think that this chronograph was simply the best design, and I even prefer it in the white dial. Um, the bracelet is still too much for me for obvious reasons, but hey, for the right person, this could be a great sports watch. And as as reasonable, I think they still present a great deal for someone who's looking for this particular um, segment of sports watches, and it is estimated between 15,000 to 30,000 US dollars. The original OC says there's also a Christie's watch auction in NYC on June 9th. Yes, with a white gold Texan 104. Well, I'm sure you'll photograph that one if you end up going. But that's next on the docket. Um, that is next on the docket. So the next example is actually a 5990 slash 1R, which is a Nautilus dual time chronograph. I think the blue dial actually against the pink looks quite nice. You will remember that 5711 R's, you know, the pink gold version of the three-hander, has a chocolate brown dial rather than this, but the blue looks quite nice too. This is from 2021, has a larger case, of course, pardon me, 42.5, and it is estimated to sell somewhere between 150,000 to $250,000. The world has gone mad. Um, it's a nice watch. What else can I say? It is a nice watch, but is it worth $250,000? Not in a million years. The next one is 5370P, which is a platinum split second chronograph. Great execution. I think that that beautiful blue dial, the Piguet numerals, the leaf hands, the classic two register look. It's quite nice. And of course, that um, some elements of this, uh, let's say, this particular aesthetic is taken up and reinterpreted in a way, of course, with Arabic numerals in 5172, right? 5172G that we have in the current lineup, which is a hand wound chronograph. This is very nice too. If you see this one, the blue enamel dial, platinum, the Piguet numerals. Apparently, it has an additional solid case back too. If you're not really interested in peeking into this beautiful movement, I don't know why, but hey, maybe you want to keep it away even from your own eyes. But yes, this is from 2021 as a similar estimate again, 150,000 to 300,000. Next one on the docket. This is the Audemars Piguet A-Date Moon Phase Royal Oak with what is called here a sapphire blue dial, but this looks like a pretty royal purple to me. But hey, if they're saying blue, I guess it's blue. I guess it's blue. This is mid-sized, of course, 36 and a half. I do like how the moon phase pops in the style, and I don't mind the purple. Um, it has kind of the vibe of some of these bluesies, Submariner bluesies that look purple in from certain angles. So this is quite cool, and I'm always taken by the day date function in what is ostensibly a sports watch, and the estimate is between 30K to 60K in US dollars. Why are they called Piguet numerals? Is it just the same font they use? Yes. Basically, using these numbers, Corrado, they were just the basic font of Arabic numerals at their time, but they produced so many watches and so many important pocket watches at the time with those applied numerals that that particular font came to be associated with Piguet. And wherever else it appears now, of course, it's not the only font for Arabic numerals, right? Anyone who uses Arabic numerals can freely use another application of them, but that particular font of Arabic numerals is simply called Piguet numerals. Whoever uses them doesn't matter. They would themselves not advertise it as such, I guess, in their own material, just to clarify. I don't think you would see a mention of Piguet numerals on Patek's own website, but that's what people habitually call it. OC says this is the first major watch auction since the stock market dropped 30%. It will be interesting to see if bidding is heavy or if interest is cool. It does remain to be seen. That's a very, very shrewd observation, as always. As always, OC. So there we have signed double red color lot 78. This could be interesting. It's one of the busiest dials that I've ever seen when it comes to such a simple watch, such an ostensibly simple watch. Of course, you have the two lines of red writing, you have the chronometer certification, and you have then the Tiffany signature. So there's barely any room to move on this dial at this point. but look at how beautifully everything aged. Um, the dial itself seems to have completely matted out, of course. Very distinctive indices that are almost quite flat, but have that puffy appearance that is very familiar to me from my 5513. Case dial movement clasp signed by the maker and the dial signed by the retailer. The estimate is, of course, between 70K to 140,000 K. If this did not have the Tiffany signature, it would probably be more around 70,000. And let's see if the Tiffany signature, especially in this market, will double that price or not. Next up is a 5968A, an Aquanaut chronograph. I quite like the orange accents, I have to say. I think of all, you know, blue blood sports models they have, Aquanaut has to be my favorite. I do prefer the three-handers, but I guess one could live with something like this. But again, there seems to be a little too much going on for my taste. You know, the dates and everything else. Even though I have to admit, again, Patek has quite an ingenious and beautiful execution of the chronograph that uses a single register for these models, and I do appreciate that. I do appreciate the vision, if not necessarily the invention, that goes into that. Of course, as with many other complicated Aquanauts, this is a slightly bigger case at 42 rather than the 40. And the estimate is somewhere between $40,000 to $80,000. Next up, we have the 15202, which is the previous generation of the Royal Oak Jumbo Extra Thin with a Salmon dial. I think it's a beautiful example. You have that old school skeletonized AP rotor, the Jaeger-LeCoultre based 2121 that has only now been replaced by a new generation entirely in-house designed and manufactured movement for 16202. I think it's a beautiful dial color, you know, as partial as I am to the midnight blue for which these are designed. I think this is quite nice as well. And one thing that I always appreciated about the 5-digit generation of Royal Oaks is the fact that they actually match the color of the date disc, the background color of the date disc to the dial color. So here, again, it's beautifully executed. This is, of course, in white gold, not steel, right? Hence BC. Warranty, hang tag, presentation box, and the estimate is somewhat between 80,000 to 160,000. Next up, I just wanted to take a look at these because, again, this is a very humble watch. I have an example of this that's a little younger than what they included here. It's a 1991 example of a 5-digit Coke GMT Master 2 on a beautiful jingly jangly Jubilee bracelet. As you can see, it has already started to get loose. You can see from the gaps between each series of links. It has the tags. It has, of course, the warranty papers, the original presentation box from 1991, and everything seems to be quite sharp and mint. So this could be a good litmus test as well. You know, I have earlier said maybe we should take a look at the Hulk. That is the Rolex Submariner with the green bezel and green dial, and see how that performs. This could be another good litmus test, especially in light of what OC just said, right? Where is the market exactly? Wait, this, which is a very respectable neo vintage Rolex, nothing special, serially produced, nothing rare, nothing hyped up, nothing intensely desirable, just for a committed collector. And the estimate is between 6 to 12,000, and it's lot 91 offered without reserve. So it would be an interesting piece to use, if only to see where the market is actually standing, pardon me, at this particular point in time. Pardon me. And same with lot 139, which is going to appear right here, which is a 116610 LV, which goes for lunettes verte, right? Green bezel. This is a Submariner 40 millimeter case, green bezel, green dial, endearingly called Hulk by the enthusiasts. It's a watch that is no longer in production, still very desirable, still very important, I think, for many Rolex collectors from the last year of production, from 2021. The estimate is between 8 to 12K. I imagine it will go for double the higher ceiling of that estimate. But again, this is an interesting piece to gauge exactly where the market is lying at this time. Right? I don't mean to say there's never any speculation in an auction, right? I don't mean to say that there are no games ever being played, but this is a lot more reliable than certain hyped up or overly hyped pieces being passed on from one dealer to another, you know, gaining in value in every transaction, right? Here you have a piece that's desirable in its own right, that's not extremely rare, but still limited in production since it ceased production more than a year ago now. Full set, great condition. Let's see where it goes. Hey, Dirk Diggler. Amazing. Nice to see you, man. It's always lovely to see you here. Welcome back. GB Vol says Desert Sand Dial, which is that about the Royal Oak Extra Thin Jumbo, the Salmon dial? Remind me, GB Vol. But yes, that could be an interesting way of calling it. Next up, so we said there are two lots, you know, a 5-digit GMT Master 2 and this Rolex Hulk, that when the prices are realized in about a week would give us a good idea about where the market is exactly standing. Next up is a 5110P, which is a Patek world timer. I stopped sharing the screen. My apologies. There we go. Back. This is lot 92 with the guilloche decoration at the center of the dial. Of course, this is the older version, right? You can still see Hong Kong on the dial rather than Beijing, which might make it slightly more desirable to some collectors. It does carry that particular element of the Patek aesthetic that they started doing in the 90s, if I'm not mistaken. That small, flawless diamond lodged nicely in between the lugs at 6 o'clock. Beautiful little elegant reminder of how special this watch is, being encased in platinum. And of course, to match the coldness of that metal, you have that guilloche part in ice blue. I think, as always, this is one of the heights of elegance when it comes to Pateks, from the guilloche at the center of the dial, to the micro rotor movement, to the metal of the case. This is one of the most beautiful dress watches that you can get. Of course, it's lovely to have the cloisonné dial. Of course, that's more exclusive, but already with the guilloche and in whatever metal you can get it, really, a Patek World Time is a very elegant, very beautiful watch. The estimate here is between 20 to 40,000. But it's quite beautiful. By the way, I'm gonna go see this watch in person tomorrow. I just want to pull it up very quickly. Um, someone is getting rid of their Pateks, I think, in this area, exchanging them with I don't know, with God knows what. But there are a lot. Maybe there was an estate sale. A lot of interesting Patek Philippe watches in the Melrose Place, LA branch of the Real Real. And this is actually quite reasonably priced. Decent condition, 35K. One of the heights of the Patek annual calendar, if you ask me. This is the 5056P, the annual calendar in platinum with the moon phase, with the power reserve at 12 o'clock, the branding signature at 6 o'clock. Of course, an annual calendar movement built on the earlier version of the Patek self-winding workhorse caliber 315, from the time where Patek movements still carried Poinçon de Genève, the Geneva seal, rather than their own seal. So in many ways, the height of what Patek was and perhaps will ever be. And there we have it. It's a beautiful, beautiful, you can see it better from this angle. Beautiful sunburst gray dial. Incredible watch. And there we go. You know, it's a Patek for the big boys. I know the haters will say it's lady size, But hey, let's let's cut to the chase. Let's split the difference in the middle and say it's unisex. This is beautiful. I would love to wear it. One of the most beautiful dress watches that you can ever get. And here we go. We have a 6264. We are coming back to our Phillips auction coming up in about a week in New York. One, it's a lemon dial yellow gold Paul Newman on a beautiful, mounted on a beautiful yellow gold bracelet. Another fantastic watch from Rolex's heritage. Of course, one of the most iconic watches, one of the most iconic sports watches ever. This is the clasp of the bracelet, of course, which carries the signature Hecho en Mexico. So Rolex, especially for precious metal bracelets, had this practice of using local suppliers to apparently it was a way of avoiding excessive taxes. This was the reasoning I heard, but hey, so hence you can see bracelets produced in various different locales throughout Rolex's history, and you can see from the impeccable condition of this watch, it really lives up to the notion that this is a one owner piece that is being offered apparently by the family of the original owner. And um, circa 1969, the estimate is somewhere between $600,000 to 1.2 million. But hey, it is a very unique, well preserved Paul Newman uh, yellow gold mounted on a full yellow gold bracelet. Hard to really top something as significant and as representative as that. Just going back, Midtown Chuckster. 49's fine. Hey, welcome back, man. So nice to see you. Midtown Chuckster, great show. A most pleasant change from the utter dribble on offer from some well known alternative forums. Hey, thank you. Thank you for your generous words. Real is usually consignment, but I think they have buyers as well. I think they bring in pieces that they purchase themselves too. Messaging matters 30% must refer to NASDAQ only. Dow Jones is down 10, 11% from all-time high, but yes, stock market is likely tied to watch and other markets. Thank you for the perspective, messaging markets. Messaging matters. Guys, yes, we are past the 1 hour. I thank everyone for the kind words. Your engagement in the chat, your support and presence is the most important thing to me. So if you are enjoying the show, if you're learning something from it, smash that like button, hit the like button, increase my engagement, help me increase my exposure. That's the most important thing. If you share the link with others, if you spread the word on other platforms, that's even better. Bring more people into the platform, bring more people into the community. It really helps a lot of us. And that being said, jump on the panel. The link is there. I'm going to post it once more, but it's pinned up there. Hey, the panel, join the conversation, help me talk about some of these watches. Everyone is always welcome. This is a watch channel. but as long as you come in with the right energy, we can talk about anything. And in the meantime, of course, if you want to encourage me in running these kinds of live streams, producing more exclusive and original content, get some new equipment, feel free to consider a PayPal contribution as well. And that's at lordhellespontv@gmail.com, lordhellespontv@gmail.com. I also have a Cash App, $LHVVV, $LHVVV. And the information is all there again in the ticker if you need to double check. So back to the auction. We have last talked about lot 111, which is a beautiful example of a yellow gold Paul Newman with the so-called yellow lemon exotic dial. Fantastic, fantastic piece with those Art Deco numerals, of course, on the subdials, and you can see the slight visual distortion already from this angle provided to you proudly by that plastic crystal. So next up is an FP jaune, if I'm not mistaken. Yes, that's right. Chronomètre bleu, which used to be their entry point, their entry level watch. I think it's a very beautiful piece of design. It has become an icon in its own right already, I would say. Too bad it's these days made tantalum, but hey, it's nice to see some of these pop up once every so often in an auction. I remember that when I first went to their boutique here on Sunset, which is one of the most beautiful watch boutiques that I've ever seen in my life, because it's so beautifully designed by the architect that it gets copious amounts of sunlight, and you'll never see your own watches and whatever you get to examine there in a better light than that, pun intended, of course. So um, but they had this exhibition only piece of Chronomètre Bleu at the time that had a huge scratch on it, which turned me off immediately. And I had, at that time, I had no clue about tantalum as a material. So that somehow lodged in this idea in my head that it must be some easily scratching, unreliable material. Um, anyway, I don't know if that's the right impression. Probably some of you who are more engineering minded, more material minded members of the audience can educate me on that. But it somehow put that in my mind. But it was a beautiful experience, to look at that particular watch, take the loop, and examine the pink gold movement. Um, of course, the Camille Fournet produced double-sided alligator bands. Everything is at once quite simple but extremely elegant, and I think both this chronomètre bleu and the chronomètre souverain, which is basically a slightly heightened version of this watch. It's a beautiful dress watch, but again, I think at this point you have to have already spent about $250,000 to even qualify for this. Um, Messaging Matters says my Coca-Cola also says hecho en Mexico. At least it's affordable. Hey, Mexican Coca-Cola is the best in that glass bottle and made from real cane sugar. Que viva Mexico, man. We love it. We love it. Palwi says that was one of my favorite Rolexes, right? Gold Paul Newman with the lemon exotic dial. Amen. Absolutely. It's one of the most beautiful pieces. And next up, we have actually a very special FP Jaune, chronomètre Souverain, but one that was apparently presented to the legendary watchmaker George Daniels himself. And you see the design is practically the same. It's a two-hander with seconds on a subdial asymmetrically placed between 7 and 8 o'clock. But here, of course, you have a power reserve indicator at 3 o'clock as well, which at once balances out the dial, but also gives it perhaps a little more of that quirky appearance. Again, I think uh, in their most simple executions, I think FP Jaune watch faces are a great balance of that modernist quirk and classical elegance, right? From the way the hands are designed, um, and the choice of fonts and the railroad track for the minutes. It's I think everything has a very nice balance, and of course here you have the extra pleasure of the guilloche decoration in the middle of the dial, something like a pyramid design there. Fascinating. So this was something I'm going to read the details in a second. Of course, this is a platinum case rather than tantalum, as it was the case in Chronomètre Bleu. Ah, wow. Jesus, this is very precious. Look at that engraving on the regulator. Francois Paul to George Daniels, my mentor, 2010. Wow. Mm. The estimate is somewhere between $250,000 to $500,000. Um, it's an honor to offer this unique and historically important FP Jaune Platinum Chronomètre Souverain, gifted to and owned by George Daniels, universally considered the greatest watchmaker of the late 20th and early 21st century. The timepiece was a gift and a tribute from Francois Paul to Daniels in recognition of their lasting, close friendship and the watch is personalized with the movement engraved FP to George Daniels, my mentor, 2010. Included with the watch is a signed letter from Jean, written in French, translated here. Wow. Wow. All right. I'm gonna guys, I'm gonna read this letter because it's very touching and also historic in and of itself, and just in a matter of a couple of paragraphs. So let's push through. Dear George, Francois Paul writes, it is in 1969, when the mechanical watch industry was dethroned by the arrival of quartz watches, that you started to build your first watch. Everyone loves Pauli, man. We love Pauli. You were the precursor, the first watchmaker to show the path of the manufacturing of the art, horology, and non utilitarian. Did they translate this with Google Translate? With all due respect, Jesus. Um, so you were the first watchmaker, the precursor to show us the path of artistic horological manufacture and non utilitarian horology. The continuation proved, what followed proved that you were right. Swiss watchmaking rose from its ashes to build watches of art and splendor, and the landscape repopulated in 2 decades. When I saw the watch you made for Sam, without knowing it, the path of my life was drawn, and I decided in 1977 to make a watch for myself. Thanks to your publications as The Art of Piguet or Watchmaking, I've patiently learned on my workbench to make my first watch, and you know the rest. Today, then, on this June 24th, 2010, I'm extremely proud to thank you by offering you the Chronomètre Sovereign number 707 CS, especially signed for you. This watch is built according to the principles shown by our masters, a simple construction, two barrels in parallel to provide stable power. Um, the parallel double spring barrels, as you might know, is one of the best ways of providing constant force, um, allowing for the watch to have a longer power reserve, an escapement beating at 21,600 semi oscillations per hour, which is the lowest for a wristwatch, a large size balance with inertia regulation, right? Again, a lower beat with the large size balance is something that allows at once um, the necessary accuracy and precision on the one hand, and the least amount of friction that preserves the life. And that also, of course, allows that movement to have a larger power reserve. Not to mention the fact that with an exhibition case back, of course, you want something that is pleasing to the eye as well. And that larger balance spring oscillating at a slower beat is more pleasant to look at, if I may say so. I do not need to explain, Francois Paul says. You'll see by yourself. The movement of this watch is in 18 karat pink gold, and its case is in platinum, with my sincere friendship, Francois Paul. That's amazing. Pardon me. I really thought this was just a simple um, chronomètre Sofran. Um, but its beauty, it turns out, is really in its simplicity. Fascinating. So next on the docket, we have a Patek Philippe 533, a pink on pink chronograph, estimated between 50,000 to $100,000 from 1950. Of course, it's quite diminutive in size, scaling right at 33 millimeters. Um, but again, I really love that aesthetic of a salmon dial on a pink gold or on a rose gold watch, and of course a manual slash hand wound chronograph by Patek is again one of the most elegant watches that you can ever hope to have. And there we go. This is another interesting example. Next, we have an Audemars Piguet Royal Oak in two-tone that's executed in tantalum and pink gold. Again, we have talked about some of our favorite two-tone watches, and I think the Royal Oak really lends itself to a two-tone execution in terms of its design, right? With the contrasting octagonal bezel in the precious metal, the crown, of course, and the tapering interlinks. I think all in all add to a great aesthetic. The estimate is between 30 to $60,000. The watch is from 1997, 36 millimeter in diameter, so it's even slightly smaller than the mid-size Royal Oak they offer these days, which is at 37. But guys, once again, whatever it means, this is the value proposition in the Royal Oak market. Not necessarily this watch, because the tantalum pink gold two-tone ones can be quite desirable, but the mid-sized Royal Oaks, the mid-size annual calendar, the mid-size with the asymmetric dial and power reserve, all of these models are the value proposition precisely because they are at 36 millimeter, which is actually a beautiful size, especially if you're blessed or cursed with puny wrists like mine. 36 millimeter for this particular design is just perfect. It's not too big, it's not too small, and actually it wears much bigger than advertised because of that integrated bracelet design. And next up, we have an A series 5402 Royal Oak in steel. So we are moving from 124 to 126. Again, the midnight blue dial aged into this coppery gray. Beautiful. As I mentioned before, in the first iteration of the Royal Oak, the background of the date disc was still all white. So that kind of sticks out, but it is what it is. That is the original design. Um, I could have complained about it elsewhere, but if it's an A series Royal Oak, hey, you can't really resist. It comes with a certificate of authenticity. Um, Quite a decent condition, probably relatively recently serviced, and the estimate is somewhere between 70,000 to 140,000. It's from 1974, of course, right? So from the first few years of production. Next up, we have a Silver Snoopy Award, Omega Speedmaster, a current model, um, not necessarily easy to find or acquire. Um, I think, again, being a fan of blue, this is one of my favorite Speedmasters. Just the right amount of blue on the dial from the tachymeter bezel to the subdials. I think everything is in the right measure. Basically untouched, a new old stock example here in lot 127 from year 2020. Estimate is between 5 to 10K, but expected to go for much, much higher. Uh, let's look at the conversation for a second. Midtown Chuckster says, well done, Bishop Pauli. Onwards and upwards. Good, sir. Pauli says, Midtown Chuckster, the holy word runs through my ever powerful and pure veins. I am the bishop. I will oversee my diocese with great horological care. It's very theatrical, Pauli. I really appreciate you. Um, I love this watch. I wonder how much this will go for. Again, I kind of resent the fact that some of these limited editions, some of these special edition Speedmasters, um, don't come with a 321. But then again, this already has a very fascinating case back, as you know. So it wasn't going to display that movement anyways. The rotating earth. So Comes from the original owner, again, basically as a new old stock watch. One of those examples that retail for very uh, reasonable prices, but since they're so rare and so unobtainable through the usual means, expect them to go for, um, let's say, roughly double the retail in an auction like this, if not more. Next up, we have actually a full platinum 5131. Again, a Patek World Timer in platinum, mounted on a platinum rice grain bracelet, and with a beautiful cloisonné dial that represents the North Pole. Yes, depicting the North Pole. It's from 2019. Fantastic little watch. Estimated to go for somewhere between 100K to 200K. Next up, we have an H. Moser Streamliner flyback chronograph, which is somehow, in a way that my little brain can't comprehend, a very desirable sports watch, apparently, in our time. A new old stock example of their reference 6902-1200 stainless steel flyback chronograph, full set, gray fume dial, bracelet, guarantee, hang tag, presentation box from 2020. The syringe hands, kind of racing inspired outer dial that also allows for multiple readings. A very compact, again, execution of the chronograph. Something that needs to be commended. The movement itself looks quite beautiful. Limited to 100 pieces, apparently. Yes. All right. And the estimate is somewhere between 20 to 40K, but I would expect it to sell for much, much more than that. Next up, we have lot 135, A. Lange und Söhne, Ewige Kalender, a platinum perpetual calendar, and tourbillon in Lange 1 case. You see this has the layout of the Langematic, so the Lange 1 with the automatic movement. So everything is inverse. You have, of course, the big date. You have the moon phase beautifully lodged into the second subdial. You have a day and night indicator here. You have a gap year indicator down here. Again, a very ingenious use of the writing on the dial to preserve Lange's unique idea of finding some order in chaos, finding some sort of balance in the asymmetry of the dial. Of course, you have, instead of the power reserve indicator, you have something that gives you the days of the week. And on the outer track, you have the months. and of course the date. One thing I don't really understand is when you would have ewige Kalender, in German here, and everything else is not, right? Why not have the first letters of the days in German as well? Why not have the months in German? It doesn't make sense to me, but anyway, I guess it's kind of a hybrid. After all, Alange und Söhne may be based in Glashütte, but is quite um, an international collaboration at this point. This is, of course, in platinum, numbered 93 of a limited edition of 100 examples. And the estimate is somewhere between 100,000 to 200,000. So they really don't know what this may be worth, and it remains to be seen. Thomas Broadbent, welcome back. Auction prices are very exaggerated. They pay a premium to move the money into a non-traceable mobile asset, transferable anywhere in the world. A small percentage of the price is the true watch value. You can be right. Honestly, I think it's a much better gauge than the gray market prices or Chrono 24, which can be manipulated exactly in the way that you're describing. So, and then the watches just start selling for that price. So, what to do? All of these elements that you have so beautifully observed and very eloquently described, Thomas, create their own reality in the market. So, we have to somehow cope with it. Because no matter how much we scream, from rooftops that this is not the real value of this watch, if people are willing to pay that sort of money for a watch, that is the real value of the watch, because it's the price that is realized in an auction, or it's the price that's paid on Chrono 24, on eBay, in a dealer. Um, so any recorded transaction really becomes a very real record of the value of a certain watch. Next up, we have another Daytona on, again, on leather bracelet, this time on an aftermarket one with baguette diamonds on the bezel, sodalite, again, set with small flawless diamonds. Really beautiful and unique watch. This is a 6 digit, so already powered by the Rolex 4130 caliber, serviced just about 4 years ago, right around from 2001. So one of the early examples of the Rolex in-house caliber, estimate between 40,000 to 80,000. Yeah, it's in this condition, with the unique baguette diamond bezel, sodalite dial, white gold case. This will probably break the upper ceiling of that estimate, but who knows? Who knows? We have another example, and a very early example at that, of a double red Sea Dweller 1665, 1665, from the first year of the production, so 1967. Look at that beauty. Look at how that bezel became a so-called ghost bezel, having faded into this smoked gray. The estimate now is between 40K to 80K. Every time I see one of these, I'm genuinely tempted to just sell my entire collection and get one, but not gonna take that risk. Beautiful Mark II dial already. Um, you can see from the font of the double red. Man, what an amazing, amazing watch. And the case, as you see, is quite healthy, quite thick. What a beautiful watch. Lot 151. I passed on a ghost bezel in 2016 for 6K. Yes, I mean that's where the money is now. Rolex parts, rare Rolex parts. Um, hey, I was mentioning this. People took it the wrong way. I said, if you if if you're a young person and using Rolexes, you can't really afford anything, but you want to, why not buy anything that you can actually afford? You know, get, get you have to cultivate real expertise first and foremost, right? You have to learn about these unique and real parts of Rolex watches. Find good deals of them, sell them at a profit, and at some point, I'm sure you will have enough money from selling dials, from selling bezels, to fold it into a proper watch, and you go from there. And as Thomas said, the perceived value of some of these things are so incredibly high. Pauli, what is your avatar? Thomas Broadbent says, call them out. Money is often uninformed. That Daytona would be great on a jean strap. Yes, the sodalite dials I think would work great on a lighter shade of brown. Um, Thomas, when it comes to calling them out, I think I would rather pick my battles. I'm much more interested at this point of calling out the gray market dealers first, the industry second, and maybe the auction market after that. Um, so it's all about priorities. I think the level of dishonesty, the level of possibly uh, fraudulent and often allegedly speculative behavior seems to me to be much more rampant these days on the gray market. Um, so that's always my priority. But I'm not saying, again, it's one of the first things I said. I don't know if you were already in the audience then. I'm not saying there are not no games being played on auctions, but I feel the intensity and the freaky cannot at this point catch up with whatever is going on the gray market. Um, so here we have a 5514, as you know, along with 5517, which is the mil spec 4-digit Submariner. Um, this is one of those only Rolex references that were not commercially produced and were only issued, this particular example, of course, by Comex, the French professional diving company, which has a very distinguished history. Pardon me, the dial is signed with the logo, letter from Henry Hudson, that certifies the authenticity of the watch, which again has beautifully aged into this deep pumpkin like yellow shade. The hands within themselves aged pretty uniformly as well, even though they are a different shade than the dial. You remember perhaps how I talked about this before. Since the suppliers of the dials, the bezels and hands are quite distinct at that point in time, the uniformity within the hands on the dial itself is much more important than um, getting this sort of OCD fixation on matching just about everything, which actually is usually a red flag for me. Um, because all of these different suppliers had, of course, their own proprietary mix for the tritium luminous material, right? So it's a little unrealistic to expect the luminous pip on the bezel insert to age in the exact same way as the hands, and the hands in the exact same way as the dial. So, of course, if you see something that looks off, get your loop on, look closely, make sure there's nothing fishy or funny going on. But to me, it's not a deal breaker. This is from 1975 with the Comex stamped dial, outer case back engraved Rolex Comex 377. And this is estimated to sell somewhere between $60,000 to $120,000. And finally, and this is my last piece from this particular auction, 5711A, or /1A dash 1014, which refers to the green dial. As you see, it's in new old stock or brand new condition, powered by the 324 automatic movements, Patek's self-winding workhorse. As you know, the 5711s are now discontinued. This was one of the last models to be produced in this way. The estimate is between $80,000 to $160,000. It will probably break that upper ceiling, break that higher ceiling. Interesting and unique. Indeed, not my cup of tea, to be absolutely frank with you, but hey, it is very rare and very appropriate for this auction, and it is listed as the very last lot. Peeping time, money. That's a great example. We were talking um, about the Comex 5514, of course. Thomas says, how do you guys feel about sub and sea dwellers in tritium versus luminova? I'm a vintage guy, so anything before 2000, anything with tritium is preferable to me. And look, I mean, that's my aesthetic, right? You know, the slightly aged kind of eggshell patina on the tritium material against the matte black of a Rolex dial. This to me is one of the most beautiful things in the entire world of vintage watches. It's very simple, but it's one of the things that really tickle my pickle, guys. So this, to me, I'll never even even compare. You know, of course, minimally, Luminova is functional. If you want something utilitarian, of course, you want luminous material that actually works, that actually serves you. But from an aesthetic standpoint, there's no comparison. Tritium just ages better, and against a black Rolex style, it's one of the best aesthetic aspects of collecting vintage watches. And yes, I'm very much willing to live without seeing anything at night. Yeah, functionality, utilitarianism be damned. I'm a romantic when it comes to vintage Rolex. Thomas says they were working watches. They would repair and replace. Remember, these guys were saturation divers, not watch collectors. Yes, we were talking about the Comex watches, of course. Here, I mean, it's the same, right? Even though the aging here is a little more marked, still, you know, look at that beautiful, almost orangish yellow against black. I think, you know, we get angry sometimes when they make this fortina or fake patina on newer luminous materials just to get a piece of this aesthetic. So when you find it in its ideal form, what else can you ask for? This is it. This is it. All right, next up is actually Christie's. And this is an auction that's taking place actually before the end of next week on the 9th, on 8th and 9th, in fact, so in about 3 days. We are going to continue looking through these watches, guys. We're almost at the second, we're almost completing our second hour. So if you have been enjoying the stream, if you have been learning from it, please hit that like button, upvote. It helps a great deal. Spread the word, share the link with others, bring in more people to the platform, bring more people into the community. It's always great. The more, the merrier. In the meantime, if you want to help me out, if you want to encourage me, if you want to support the work I do in this channel, help me expand it until I reach 1,000 members, until I get monetized. You can always consider making a PayPal contribution at lordhellespontv@gmail.com, lordhellespontv@gmail.com. I also have a Cash App, $LHVVV, $LHVVV. You can find the information in the ticker at all times. Guys, before I jump into this, I'm gonna get a quick drink of water, and I will be right back. All right, guys, I spilled my water. That's just great. So the break will last a little longer, so bear with me. Hey, hey, hey. Welcome back. We have just passed the 2 hour threshold, guys. Sorry for that little break. Thankfully, it's just water, but I've spilled quite a bit. I hope this song was not as bad as some of the references that you made. Big H is on board. He's here. Thomas says, I don't own a Vacheron yet, passed a number of times over the years, but really think that is where authenticity and value lies today and in the future. Um, I agree about value for sure. Vacheron from early 2000s, there's a lot of great watches that you can have. The Royal Eagle as a great sports chronograph. Um, the Malt series, again with their stylized cases, um, have great hand-wound chronographs with two registers, great perpetual calendar chronographs that sell for a fraction of what for of a comparable Patek model. That's a great value, but I don't see in me to say that Vacheron is authentic and Patek is not. To me, that's a very severe judgment that I don't want to use in such a distinct manner, because I feel that sometimes people rush too quickly into certain conclusions. And usually, Thomas, these people are anti-Vacheron, right? They would say, for example, well, Vacheron Constantin doesn't even represent part of the big three or big four anymore because they're owned by a larger luxury conglomerate, right? And that again is a very severe judgment. I don't mean to say that that has no effect on the current production, right? That a company like Vacheron Constantin or Alain Gonzone is owned by Richemont, by uh, a multinational conglomerate, of course, has effects on how these watches are made, has probably largely negative effects on how these watches are made. But should we write off an entire brand because of that? No. And in the same way, I would not want to write Patek off simply because they also happen to make a few different sports models that are incredibly overhyped at this point in time. But I am a huge fan of Vacheron. I find that they are a little louder, a little more self-confident, a little more unique in terms of their design language, especially in the 90s and early 2000s compared to Patek, which in a way always represented classical elegance, um, classically elegant style that's also a little bit elitist and exclusive, which is not to say that Vacheron is somehow compared to that much more accessible. But yes, in the secondary market, certainly they can be had for much cheaper than a comparable Patek, for sure. And I have made a lot of videos about this in the past. I'm sure you know, Thomas, but I will send the link again to um, the chat. The value proposition for specials of their chronographs, manual, automatic, and perpetual calendar. And there we go. Guys, I think we might be in the long haul for tonight, by the way. I'm planning to go for a little bit. So we'll see how far it goes, but we're already we already have two hours under our belts, and let me catch up with the chat, and we'll go from there. Thomas says, Big Meech, serious question. How many black sheep are born per year at your farm? Are they still throwing black lambs occasionally? Any issues with eagles taking any? Interesting. Big Meech, answer this question directly, please.
Yeah, no, I tried to answer
What
it
about
a little
the
bit.
black sheep?
It's purely genetic and numbers game. So, like example, Dorset, a Dorset is a white face sheep. Now, technically, there's multitudes of white face. You've got Dorset, Colombian, Hampshire, but Dorset's typically what a normal person thinks of when he thinks sheep. It's a little white face sheep. A Suffolk is a black face sheep. So when you get a Suffolk, the Suffolk is going to be the more dominant genetically speaking. So if you got 3 black rams, like I was mentioning in there, 3 black rams, and you put them in with 20 white ewes, you're gonna have more of a mixed breed. So you'll have a lot of black and whites, or dairies, as I like to refer to them, because they kind of look like a dairy cow. More than you'll have just pure snow whites. So of course, the same can be said if you do all Dorset, so all white face sheep. All your sheep are white, then essentially. Um, so you'll never have, unless you say you have 1 or 2 black ewes in there. So 90%, you'll get 90% white face. And even your 2 black ewes might even throw pure whites. It's just purely genetics. A lot of it's genetics, I would say, and then there's like a fraction of it that's purely by chance. It would be no. I think it's a little bit more interesting when you throw red face sheep in there. They're called tunis. Like a tuna sandwich. They're called tunis. They're very small. They're very short, much like myself. So when you throw one of those in, you get, and then you have, let's just say you throw tunis in, a Suffolk in, and then a white face. You get a mixture of a mocha, essentially. The mocha is going to be the most dominant, and your Suffolks will no longer be the most dominant of the genetics. It's, like I said, purely by chance a lot of the time.
Nice. Eddie asks, sheep, watch, soccer, and now sheep. Don't forget about boxing. And actually, as you know, Big Meech is actually offering you some profound social and political commentary. He's just speaking in code. Presumably he's talking about sheep, but he's actually talking about how modern consumerist society is led by talking the screen, in encouraging this sort of excessive spending. So that's the purpose of the Smoking Joe character in this universe, to provide social commentary. But Eddie, welcome back to the channel. It's nice to see you. What channel? Big Niche, how are you doing, man?
Oh, not too bad. Been waiting for it to do a backup for like the last 3 hours here. I keep saying it's only a couple minutes, but it's been like 3 hours.
For the phone?
Yeah. I think the hardest thing, the hardest thing for it to like back up is like all the porn, all the pornography, all the porn photos. That's the hardest thing for it to back up,
What's your aesthetic when it comes to explicit photos, Mitch? Do you prefer photos, videos?
I like a wide variety. I take the time to categorize it, alphabetically. Sometimes by the year, sometimes by the region. You got your Spain, Italy. Sometimes you even get down to the point where like you got New York versus New Jersey. You know, sometimes it gets that detailed when you're organizing all this stuff. Organization is key when you're carrying around this much stuff. But
Do you?
mostly
Mhm.
lewds. That way, it keeps the imagination, wandering. So,
Right. So you prefer also, I guess, a more handheld, selfie-like, amateurish aesthetic than
oh,
something
yep,
professionally
a little bit more
produced.
contemporary. Yep.
Right, very, very good. Very good. Eddie, add that to your list. We discuss a lot of interesting stuff on this channel. Joe, I appreciate that you're sitting more comfortably. You're not back anymore, right?
Oh no,
That's
this couch
nice.
isn't that much better. Honestly, this couch is like, I mean, this. I shit you not. I shit you not. I'm not even joking. The couches at my local strip club have better support than my fucking couch here. Like, I'm not even joking. They literally just bought like new couches like 3 weeks ago, and it's fucking embarrassing that their couches are better than mine.
I I can actually believe in that because those couches, since they need to support multiple people sitting on top of each other, I think should be designed for that. No, I expected this.
No, I shit you not. So, long story short, the small strip club, they're not. It's not that glamorous. I mean, the girls kind of do like 90% of the work of carrying the environment and getting people in the door. The drinks are subpar. The food's actually pretty decent. But anyways, I remember like they first started doing this VIP to boost up numbers, like a VIP
Mhm.
section. And the VIP section is laughable. The VIP section is like no, I'm not even shitting you. The
What do you
VIP
mean?
section is like 5 tables, like five like dining room
Mhm.
tables that used to be there, and they replaced them with couches. Like you're like Walmart style couches, and that's the VIP section. Um, anyways, these couches they're terrible. They're fucking awful. They're god awful. They had these couches for like a month, give or take. No, it's
Okay.
probably longer than that. It's probably like 3 months, give or take. And they were pretty good for like the first month there, and then like
Eh,
second month you
May
could
may
start
I
feeling them.
m- may I interject because I'm really interested in the upholstery they are using for these couches. What are they covered with?
Oh, it's got to be cheap leather. It's got to be cheap leather for what you're doing on them. It's got to be cheap leather. You don't, it's not crocodile. It's not
It
ostrich.
it
It's
needs to be easily cleaned, of course,
yeah,
if
the simple
necessary.
simple water bottle and you clean shit like that. It's obviously not velvet or whatever this shit is. I mean, but anyways, the cushions
Makes
on there,
sense.
like you could sit on there comfortably, right? Two people could essentially sit on there comfortably. But I remember one time I'm like, all right, it's been a while, and I walked in and like she's like, would you like to go over to the VIP section? I'm like, yeah, fuck it, why not? And I've got beer in hand, right? I've got a beer in a hand, and they always want you to sit in the middle of the couch, right? Because that way it lines everything up better for when they perform.
Okay. Yeah.
So I sit down, and I'm expecting like a little like to land like a little like a push, like like when you sit down on your couch, you kind of plop up a little bit.
Yeah,
Instead,
little, yeah.
I fucking come crashing down like the fucking Hindenburg. My beer fucking almost spilled all over the fucking table. The springs are. I've been penetrated by the springs, Lord. Lord, I've been sexually
Uh,
harassed by the couch. I've been
ouch.
penetrated
Yeah.
because these couches are
Sounds
fucking terrible.
that
Fucking
sounds
terrible.
painful. That sounds painful. Um Interesting.
Oh,
Interesting. But you're still saying that I'm
they
not too
just got
much
no.
of
They
a
just replaced them. They just replaced
okay.
them with a
So
slightly better quality.
the springs provide better feedback now?
100%. Yep, 100%.
Good. So in a way, I mean, not I don't mean to offer too profound of a soul reading here, but you're basically saying that you feel more at home in your gentleman's club than at home.
Absolutely, absolutely. Yeah, especially when the fucking upholstery is a lot better than mine, which is embarrassing.
And easier to clean.
100%.
That's very, very important. That's fun. And Peeping Time asks, how much do they charge for couch penetration?
It's complimentary, I hear. But
As
no, I
long
mean, now
as
that I can legally remodel my old man's house, these fuckers are gone. I just need to find an actual couch now. But couches are they're expensive, right? Not to mention,
it's
I was in
expensive.
last week. I was last week. I'm like, all right, and like I was looking at a few couches, and like, all right, I seen one that I liked. I'm like, oh, okay, so like, what's the price on this? So sorry, this is about $800 or whatever. I'm like, oh, okay, cool. So like, do you deliver? Well, I'm sorry, sir, but before we continue, we need to let you know that there is a wait list for this couch. I said, there's a wait list for the couch? Are you fucking insane? She's like, yes. She's like, dude, during COVID, everyone started to like remodel their house or buy a new couch or whatever because
What
they were
about
locked
the
indoors.
gray market on these couches, Joe? Do
Should I
do
should I
they sell at a premium?
should I buy pre-owned? Should I overpay for a contemporary two-seater couch in hopes to be able to get the call for the fucking what is it, the five seater, with the beer koozie installed with the armrest and shit like that? How many two-seaters do I need to buy? How many lazy boys do I need to buy in order to be able to get a full service couch, I wonder? Fucking hell.
Fascinating stuff, man. It's
No, but the funnier part was I asked her, I said, all right, so how long is the wait list? She said, we're about 2 months out. I said, 2 months out for a couch? I said, I'm like, so what? Do I just put my name down? She's like, oh, we require 40% deposit. And if you back out, you only get like 20% of it back. It's like, Jesus Christ, this is worse than visiting a Rolex AD. Fuck.
it really is. It sounds like it. Sounds like it.
So I don't know.
Maybe
I might wait. I might
hey,
wait till summer.
maybe you should find a Rolex AD that is also a first door, and you can get your foot in the door by getting a Chesterfield couch, which will lead you to get like a maybe like a semi-desirable sports model. Move on to something a little more hyped up.
Wouldn't that be something? I'm sorry, sir, but you need to buy the dining room set first before we can talk about your journey of steel sports.
It's actually, actually in Southern California, we do have a place that's not exactly like that, but they sell a lot of home related stuff. Like they do have furniture, they do have furnishings, they do have dinner sets and decoration and whatever, like an old school jewelry slash houseware store. So you can actually
Mm,
cultivate a relationship by decorating your house, if you can believe it.
mm.
Hey, maybe
I could always I want discounts, right? I want discounts. So I could always you know, troll around my neighborhood one of these days and just start picking up furniture that's sitting on the curb,
of
save
course.
myself some money.
On fine. Here's the problem, Meech, with general bed bugs. That's anything furniture related might be infested with something. That's why people usually get rid of it.
Battle of the carpet beetles. Except it would be bed bugs this time around. Oh, nothing of a little powder you can get like at Kmart or whatever. Just throw that on the upholstery and wait a couple days.
I mean, I'm sure there are many homemade solutions that we can offer, but once these things crop up at one spot in your house, oof,
Yeah,
it's
no,
really a
I
disaster.
would hate
It's
to
really a
have bed
disaster.
bugs. Honestly, I hear that's like a terrible thing to have. They're awful.
Yeah, bed bugs and carpet beetles. The It's not I have to tell you, it's not a luxury experience, Joe. It's not. It's not a luxury experience.
I wonder if there's luxury exterminators out there. They show up in polyester blue suits and suede shoes. Like the exterminator can, instead of stainless steel, it's made out of fucking platinum. They gotta wheel it around instead of being able to carry it on their backs or like in their hand.
I'm sure. Look, I mean, being in Southern California, I meet a lot of obnoxious people who constantly think about creating that new app or new experience that they can sell to people. I'm sure someone tried doing some bullshit like that. I mean, if it happens
There you go,
anywhere,
Lord. We could start up our own company, luxury exterminators, and just kind of run with it.
yeah, dressed to the nines,
Yep. Instead of showing up in a van, we show up like in a Rolls Royce. Open up the fucking suicide doors, like all the fucking equipment's in the back. Like the whole seat's been torn out, like all the equipment's in the back.
I mean, I already have a white van, so I wouldn't want to get that white van to go to waste. But hey, if you really think that Rolls Royce is more appropriate for the services that we wish to render, I can take that under advisement, Joe.
Oh.
So what's going on? Is it shearing time yet on the farm?
No, you do that in early winter, or not early winter, late winter, I should say, for us. So I do that in March, the first week of March. The reason I do it, so everybody shears differently, and every shearing provides a different end result. So I shear in early March because it makes it just easier. So when the ewes give birth, they don't have all that wool that prevents or potentially may block a lamb coming out on a natural birth. And believe me, it does happen. I've heard some pretty awful stories from guys who didn't get their sheep sheared in time, and it's also healthier for them. So like when July comes around, they still have a moderate, their wool or the coat isn't as heavy, so to speak. But by October, they're starting to put on a heavy coat. In December, it's fully in, like if you were to shave, essentially, it's fully grown, and it protects them. I know shearing sheep is a very controversial subject to people who aren't in the industry. Some people find it. Oh yeah, no, people find it. People find it as animal cruelty, essentially, because they think we're just taking it and harvesting it for for profit. Reality is, they're shearing. I mean, there is no profit on it. There is no profit on it. It's mostly the benefit of the animal, because shearing them is extremely healthy. Because think about it, they don't shed. I mean, there are sheep that shed, but traditional sheep do not shed. They continue to grow their wool. So so if you look up like sheep that sometimes escape the herd, like in Switzerland, they'll grow their wool so excessively to the point where they can't move. Like, especially if it rains, it soaks it all in, and they'll just, all that weight weighs them down to where they can't move, and sometimes they'll die. So it's important that you at least shear them once a year, and it's healthy for them. It's extremely healthy for them.
So wait a second. The people are more worried about you shearing them than you killing them or exploiting them for their milk. I don't understand.
Sheep aren't exact. I mean, everyone's got their own. I mean, everyone's got their own beef. No pun intended here, with the animal industry. But yeah, when you look at sheep, people just see like, oh, we're taking away their coats. They'll be cold.
Mhm.
We're being animals. Personally, I don't milk sheep out. I don't sell the milk. I don't know too many people who do. It's common amongst goat herders, but um, no, it's quite beneficial. It's quite healthy for them. It's like if you were to never shave. It's like if you were to never get a haircut. It would be unhealthy for you to never get a haircut
I
because you
mean,
need to get a haircut,
of,
right?
of of course, I mean, you do eventually kill them so that you can sell their organs and limbs for human consumption. No.
I particularly don't, but yes, other people in the industry do, and yes, that is also talked about. Um, I don't. I just some people just don't seem to put two and two together when it
Yeah.
comes to their food consumption, where it comes from. Now, with sheep, I can understand that the market isn't there isn't a market for sheep here as far as meat. Essentially, it's
Mhm.
unless you go up to the more populated minority areas, Somalians, Jewish people, people of ethnic background because they like it for holidays, right? It's important to them. It's a delicacy to them in some areas. It's healthier
Mhm.
for them. It's an alternate food or alternative food option to versus eating beef. Um, so you do kind of capitalize on that market, but overall, there really isn't a massive market for it like there is with beef, Angus beef, where you can get steaks, burgers. You
Mhm.
can take the hooves and give them to your dogs. They call them, knuckle bones. It's good for your dog because it, kind of chips away at the teeth, keeps the teeth strong. It provides nutrition for them. So um, nothing really gets wasted when you think about it, if it's done properly.
Because you see how free of a platform this is. Like I'm giving you the perspective of big meat. Um, as a vegan, this is free speech.
Big meat. There you go. Fucking, I might change my gamer tag to that. Big schmeat.
Well, I mean, it hinders for you, Big Mitch, because it can be punned in any number of ways, and I'm sure the gears are already turning in your mind.
I got a new nickname. I got a new nickname. King Lisp. So I'm trying to figure out how I can incorporate that. Should I do Big Lisp or King? No, the
What,
pieces are there.
what
I
about
just
the
I just
what about the list?
oh
Do you have a
so
list?
I was on Timmy's stream for a little bit. I'm finally getting my wings. I'm finally getting picked on enough here. Um, after what, a year, 2 years now in the
Uh-huh.
community. So I'm finally earning my stripes of the rest of the community and being roasted. So I've
No pun intended. Again,
hundred
because you
percent.
have lambs. Yeah.
Yep. So I got a new nickname, King Lisp. I'm finally being accused enough of having AAA homage or not homage, AAA fake watches. So I'm finally getting my wings, Lord. After 2 years, I'm finally getting to be a
Very
maid,
cool.
maid member of the community.
Unity. Yeah, man. Listen, I mean, it's I don't know. I didn't really notice that you had a list, but I'm glad
Oh fuck, Lord. There's
people
no
are.
need to be bashful about it. Everybody knows. Fuck me dead. It's like I've got Ticker's cock in my mouth. Fuck me dead.
Mm, yeah. No comment on that. Again, we love.
What do you do? What do you do? Fuck it. What do you do?
Yeah, man. We love all sexual orientations in this channel.
I suppose so. I mean, coming from a guy
Keeping
who gets
keeping an
off.
open mind.
Yeah, I
Keeping a
suppose.
very
Like I
open mind.
said, I mean, Lord, I don't judge. I mean, if you get off watching sweaty men hug each other wearing puffy gloves, I don't judge. I mean,
I love it. I love it actually. I love it. Boxing. There's a reason boxing is my favorite sport, man. At least they don't cuddle on the ground like in some of the sports that you like, which is a lot more compromising if you ask me. But hey,
You got Jake Paul representing the boxing world. I mean, that right there is the conversation.
Jake doesn't represent the boxing world at all, actually. But yeah, thank you. If that's the image that comes to your mind when you think of boxing, that's really not boxing's fault, Peach.
I think that honestly, I think that's the image that most people think of nowadays, or at least the younger generation think of. Like when they think boxing, they think Jake Paul.
Really, it's pretty sad, but nothing that I can do about that. Um, yeah, interesting. I had no idea. In the actual sport of boxing, people don't really pay any mind to Jake Paul. So I could never guess that he was
Wow, I mean,
somehow
people know he
the image
hasn't really
people
won a
have.
match. You know, he's fighting a bunch of has-beens. You know, or people. I mean, like, or people who are intentionally taking the dive. You know, people who got paid handsomely. Or people like who could have
I
actually
wouldn't go
rocked
that
Jake
far.
Paul's shit. Oh, come on.
Uh,
Jake Paul could have had his ass beat multiple times. They're
no,
just
I
paid
mean
enough to take the dive.
um, they're not boxers. Jake Paul actually trains at least for boxing, whereas everyone he fought was either a fat wrestler, a basketball player, um, MMA fighter. None of no actually knew anything about boxing, and they were at a severe disadvantage when they fought someone who actually trains for the sport. No matter how much of a latecomer he is, no matter how much he lacks in talent, no matter how foolishly disproportionate his self-confidence is, um, and that somehow goes with the territory. The more mediocre you are, the more self-confident you are usually. YouTube is a great gauge of this, full of characters who are like that. um, but whether the yeah, I don't think Jake Paul's fights are more rigged than any other boxing bout, to be honest. You can raise the same level of suspicion about just about any fight. um
Maybe. I mean, it's
I
not
don't
authentic.
suspect
It's
any
not.
foul
It's
play.
not truly authentic like the WWE. You know.
Yeah, I mean, it didn't look suspicious to me, but hey, i don't I don't know. Then again, I watch Jake Paul so intently that I would know exactly what is going on. So maybe you have a better insight. Uh,
Mm.
all right, so let me switch gears back to the Christie's auction. We are actually looking at this auction that's going to happen in a few days in New York. And the first example that I wanted to pull up was this regulator style dial annual calendar that Patek introduced. It's represented now in the lineup by a pink gold version of this, if I'm not mistaken. But regulator watches were basically distinguished by the fact that they separated out hours, minutes, and seconds, and basically gave prominent display to the minutes. And these sorts of regulator watches, of course, regulator clocks rather, were a centerpiece in many workshops for watchmaking and watch repair, so that the watchmakers could regulate every single watch that came across their desk according to the time displayed on on these watches. So that's where the inspiration comes from. And at least in our time, it makes for a very interesting, quirky piece of design. And I think this is a very nice, simple, and readable annual calendar. A great option. Again, the reference number is 5235G, and it's an annual calendar regulator display in white gold. Comes as a full set, and the estimate is somehow between $30,000 to $50,000. You have a 5130, again, rose gold world timer with a beautiful guilloche center dial, again, mounted on a full rose gold bracelet, the old school layout, again, that has Hong Kong rather than Beijing. So it might be for that reason a little more desirable. From 2010s, comes at a very modern 39.5 millimeter case size. The estimate is somehow between $40,000 to $80,000. We have the Advanced Research Aquanaut, which is one of my least favorite watches ever made. I call it the Terminator. Supposed to somehow display the very innovative parts of the movements, all in silicon, which again is of very little interest to me. But this is an Aquanaut travel time. So quite a useful complication, quite a relevant complication. The extra pushers, of course, give a certain balance to the shape. So that's something to be appreciated, if you ask me, when it comes to the Aquanaut. And this is in white gold with blue gradient dial and a matching rubber strap. So I think other than the face, it's quite an interesting watch. And this is estimated to go for something between $150,000 to $250,000. Um, so the department, Advanced Research, was created in 2005 under Patek Philippe, specializes in the use of silicon throughout the creation of prototype parts, which are then incorporated into the firm's highly sought after advanced research models. By the way, this is one of the main reasons that our beloved Bill Sanders from Watch Art Sci despises modern Patek because they use silicon hairsprings, among other things. The advanced research department is dedicated to creating the most cutting edge of horological advancements rather, within the Patek Philippe modern model line, most notably the Aquanaut reference 5650. In 2017, Patek will debut this model as the first Aquanaut to feature components created by the advanced research development, displayed through an initially polarizing aesthetic of cutout feature of the dial, which again shows that updated silicon-based balance spring. I can understand it. I'm not sure if I appreciate it, but there it is. And it is
some expensive rubber.
That's right. It's look, I mean, I have to say, I have repeated this a couple of times and I will say it again. I think there's some beauty in that cognitive dissonance of a precious metal watch on a rubber band. But a $250,000 watch on a rubber band and with a childish cutout on the dial, I mean, is silicon really that innovative in year 2023 or even in year 2017? I'm not sure. You know, there's nothing to show
Uh,
off. You know, if anything, Patek Philippe should be embarrassed of using silicon. Why are they showing it off anyway?
there's nothing to be embarrassed of silicone. I love silicone.
I know, I know you do, Mitch. This is one of our um, unique points of disagreement, I have to say.
Oh,
I say
okay.
plastic.
It took me a minute to figure it out. Like, what? Oh, never mind.
This is a beautiful platinum perpetual calendar chronograph, basically sitting at the top of grand complications for Patek. Lovely Arabic numerals for the top third of the dial. Of course, you have the gap year indicator, the moon phase, salmon dial, leaf hands, um, kind of a spider like shape with the stylized lugs to the case. It's quite beautiful, and the estimate is somewhere between 120,000 to $180,000. 41 millimeter case size, rather modern, from 2018. Again, another nice piece from Christie's, lot number 5. What is the non-action price on the sporty white dial steel Patek? They don't exist anymore. If you're asking about 5711 with the white dial, that was discontinued even before the line was discontinued. Let me see when it was discontinued. 11 was with the white dial was discontinued 2 years ago, and at that time, its list price. I think at that time its list price was probably somewhere around $30,000. Should be something like that. Yeah, $30,000. That was the list price of 5711 in 2020 when the white dial was discontinued. Um, this is again one of the most beautiful Pateks, a hand wound chronograph, 5170, with baguette diamonds on the dial and a gradient navy blue. Well, I shouldn't say gradient, actually. I think this is pretty much a sunburst. Uh, Deep blue dial, 2-register chronograph, double signed by Tiffany, baguette diamonds for the indices. Um, Again, one of the um, most prestige Pateks you can get. The estimate is between $90,000 to $140,000, but it might go for much more because it is double signed. But this is a beautiful, beautiful piece. Of course, hand wound Patek chronographs are always um, very strongly desired by the collectors community. And this is a very unique one, a much more rare one in platinum with the baguette diamonds on the dial and with the Tiffany signature from about 5 years ago. It must, and it comes with the full set, you know, the Tiffany outer box as well. Um, so I'm pretty sure it will fetch quite a premium. Of course, 5961A, the steel annual calendar from the last decade. Again, very desirable watch as a sporty Patek. If you were asking this one, I will have to double check, but this is basically a flyback chronograph and an annual calendar. Steel on a steel rice bead bracelet. One of the members of our community, of course, George Varghese, has this and has the white gold version of this as well. And I know it's one of his favorite watches. He does insist that he prefers his Erlangen Söhne these days to his Pateks, but I'm sure he's not rushing to get rid of these anytime soon. Quite a handsome watch, and I actually do love the colors on the dial as well. Simple enough, but also quite sporty in terms of its look. Let's see. Alex sent me a picture. I'm trying to see if it's relevant for this. It's an interesting Chopin, a regulator. I had never seen it before, but it depends on the price. This looks like steel. There we go. It will take me too long to upload and show, so I will just zoom on myself and show it right here. A very futuristic but also quite balanced design. Of course, that long single hand that is the centerpiece shows the minutes. At 3 o'clock, you see the hours. At 6 o'clock, that is, of course, the seconds. You have, I think, a power reserve up there. At 12 o'clock, moon phase slash, yeah, you have a moon phase on at 9 o'clock, or GMT. Okay, GMT slash moon phase. Retail price is 48,000. On the secondary market, 12K, and it is actually white gold. Hey, there are a lot of interesting regulator watches at that particular price range. I will show you my favorite, Alex, and you will see if you appreciate the Chopin or this better. I love this case, so this is my preference. This is also a dual time watch, by the way. So exactly up the same alley as what I was just showing. So minutes, hours at 12 o'clock, date and seconds at 6 o'clock. A beautiful execution of it, I must say. And here you have the second time zone. Honestly, I love this watch. I love the case. I love all the design elements and how quirky and asymmetric it is. And on the back, you have like a, let's see, like a half hunter case as well. You see the case back actually pops out, so you can peek into the movement too. This is the pink gold version. The back is signed Vacheron Constantin, so it's not someone's personalization in any way. And the pricing should be around the same. I'm sure something can be negotiated because the seller accepts offers, Original box, original papers, 2004. So, yeah, I love this watch, honestly. Not to say anything demeaning about the Chopard you just shared with us, wristwatchholic, but um, this is the regulator watch at that price segment that I have been eyeing. So let's pull it up. So hours at 12 o'clock, minute hand as the centerpiece, dual time at 9 o'clock, and then at 6 o'clock you have the date indicator and the seconds on the sub dial in concentric circles. It's a pink gold case, uh, case back, or officer's case back, as they sometimes also call it, that pops out and allows you to take a look at the movement. The case back itself is signed Vacheron Constantin, pink gold. You can also find these in yellow and white gold as well. This particular model comes with original box and papers, good condition, very good condition as it describes it. There are a few hairline scratches, but the case itself looks quite impeccable. And the seller apparently accepts offers. So, all right. What a mess. What a mess. I apologize, Alex. So, for the third time, now we have it on the screen. Thanks for letting me embarrass myself time and again, Joe. Why aren't you saying something?
Because like my download's halfway there, and I'm holding my breath.
Yeah, so this is the watch. I'm not going to talk through it once again after amateur hour on repeat, but this is it, the Hunter case back. Pink gold, that beautiful silver dial, dual time, hours, minutes, date indicator, seconds on the sub dial, and that's old school Vacheron Constantin malt case with the eagle's talons, lugs. I think it's a quite a beautiful piece, priced around here, but I'm sure you can negotiate a deal. I'm sure they're desperate to get rid of it. If you ask me, I would lowball them if I were you.
I would
If you're
say, yeah,
actually
lowball it, Lord, lowball it. $500, $500 cash.
no, that's not what I meant. But like, something like 13 and a half or 15 if you want. Um, I'm sure they will be more than happy to sell it. Um, but yeah, so that's the regulator watch that I love. Um, that's beautiful, sweet. Yeah. I know Thomas, right? I mean, again, you know how much I like Vacheron Constantin. So I completely agree with what you said. In terms of the value proposition they offer, some beautiful examples from early 21st century. Basil says, don't insult the seller. Hey, what about me, Basil? Right? Maybe I'm insulted by the price that it's listed for. So maybe I'm just returning the insult.
Yeah, you got to give the seller a proper fisting. You got to say like, oh, the leather strap, it's a little worn. There's a crack in the strap there. The case has a few scuffs. Man, I'm gonna have to get that polished out. It's a little rough when you wind it. I mean, I gotta make money off this thing. So you say $300, $300 tops.
No, no. Again, for what these things, like the entire Vacheron Constantin Malt series, whether you're looking for the dual time regulator, which is the watch we are showing now, or the link I posted earlier where I discussed the hand-wound chronographs, perpetual chronographs. These are actually priced very fairly on the market, but we want a deal, guys, right? We want to save a little bit of money on what is already a very expensive purchase.
I want
So
discounts.
if the seller gets offended, too bad. I mean, look, this is a financial transaction. This is savage capitalism. There's no room for feelings and emotion here. If the seller
Honestly, yeah,
gets
you're right.
insulted,
Lord, honestly, you honestly could
if the
just
seller
bully this
gets
guy into giving
insulted,
it to you for free. You could. No, you could say this, like, hey,
not
no, no, I'm
that's
not
not
even
what
saying
I
this. Like,
said.
I mean, I would say like, hey, I'm like, hey, man, you've had this, you've been trying to sell this watch for like 2 years. It's garbage. It's unsellable. Nobody wants it. I'll give you 9.8 for it. All right. I'm doing you a favor. It's like putting a dog down. All right. I'm doing you a favor. Let me take it from you at 9.8. Because you're not going to sell this thing. Are you gonna? Do you want it sitting on your display case for another year? No, you don't. No, I guarantee you. Take the money. Take the money. This is a come to Jesus moment. Take the money. Like guarantee they probably take it. Take
They
out
just might.
$9,000 cash. Throw it on the counter. Take the money. Take the money.
Hey
You're
man, if
desperate.
honestly, if the seller wasn't in Spain, I would certainly hound them down and offer them cash. You know how I like doing deals in cash at any rate. So, and that's when you get the best deals. Um, toxic sludge. Hey,
Okay.
someone else's toxic sludge is our beautiful treasure. So, but yeah, I think you make an offer that you consider legitimate. The worst thing that can happen is they don't even respond, and so what? So what? Not the worst thing.
You make them an offer. They can't refuse.
So we were taking a quick peek at the Christie's watches auction that's gonna happen in a few days in New York City, the Kairos collection. A lot of interesting Patek Philippe, but let's look at 5991A, which is a watch that was offered and not offered to our beloved Smokin' Joe.
You want to know something funny? They're now offering it to the public now because they can't fucking move it.
Man, this is that's the thing, man. Suddenly what was incredibly desirable and hyped up becomes just overpriced, just overnight. I mean, this is
Oh, you know
again,
that
don't take
AP
me
I
wrong.
showed you? That
Mhm.
Audemars Piguet at Wixon's Jewelers in Minneapolis? The one that's like 103,000. Um, I looked at it again today, and that's a steep discount they threw on there. I believe it's sitting now at like 89,000, which yeah, yeah, they're fight.
Yeah, but I mean, again, for a fan of the Nautilus, this is one of the greatest. Like until you go to the perpetual calendar, which I don't think they offer in steel. I think Nautilus in steel, this is probably the most complicated one you can get. Um, it's a it's a travel time or dual time chronograph. I actually kind of like the color of the dial, maybe even more than the original gradient blue. The complication is extremely useful. Once again, the pushers as against the crown on the other side of the crown, I think add a certain kind of balance to the case. Um, Even though the Nautilus has that a little more already compared to the Aquanaut. But I'm not a huge fan of the Nautilus as a piece of design in general. No offense. No offense. But yeah, I'm sure this will still be a very desirable piece because it's discontinued simply. But will it fetch closer to the high ceiling of $140,000? It might not.
No.
It might not.
I think
Not in this auction.
Wixon's told me they wanted 200,000 for it. I just couldn't help but chuckle at it.
Yeah, they're being delusional fantasists. Here's another interesting piece, of course, as a steel Nautilus 5726, right? That's the model. Yes. Annual calendar, moon phase. And it's double signed by Tiffany, as you can see in that sub register there. And this is also estimated at a high ceiling of $140,000.
It's a little off topic here, but I want to see like luxury brands. Maybe not top tier luxury brands, but like a brand like Tudor do a collaboration with like fucking Jiffy Lube, just or Napa or something like that, just way out there. Something that symbolizes like the Tudors love working man's watch. Therefore, they do a collaboration with AutoZone or something like that. I think it's fitting, to be honest with you.
Honestly, Joe, I know you mean it somewhat in jest, but I think it's actually a wonderful idea, for all.
Wouldn't it be?
I think so, because for all these things that Moser does to troll the public, that would be one way of like making light of this Patek Tiffany collaboration. You choose a tool watch brand and you pair it up with something understood to be traditionally salt of the earth brand, and I think it's a perfect recipe for a great viral marketing campaign. You kind of make a
Honestly, it'd be
reference.
funny. It would be really funny,
Yeah,
especially when you get like brands like Omega like involved into like Omega does a collaboration with Best Buy or something like that.
bro, I really wasn't making fun of it. I think it's a genuinely good idea, because you can kind of make a vague.
It'd be humor behind it though too,
No, that's what I
like
mean. You make a vague humorous reference without getting a cease and desist letter to Patek and Tiffany, and somehow present your own product with, like you said, let's say Tudor and Jiffy Lube or whatever else. Hey,
Tag Heuer does a collaboration with Waste Management. Oh fuck!
I think that will be personally aggressive and insulting to the pontiff. If there's a collaboration, like anti-Patek collaboration between Waste Management and a low tier watch maker, he might take
Actually,
it
that would be
personally.
the more interesting thing, like if a brand like Patek Philippe said, screw it, let's fuck with the punters, And they take like I don't know, like the most obscure like company out there, like Schmidt Siding and Windows, and they do a collab, limited edition run of like 12 pieces.
I think Patek is effing with the punters quite often. It's just much more subtle and fike off kind of way, that it's not pleasant. What you're offering is very humorous and interesting. This is 5227, white gold Calatrava, center seconds, date function, officer's case back, so it's actually solid, but you can pop it open to look at the 324, which again, it's a respectable workhorse automatic movement that Patek uses across the board. pardon me, and this is estimated somewhere between 15 grand to 25 grand. You have the 5711 1R Nautilus in full pink gold with the chocolate brown dial. The estimate is somehow between 100,000 to 200,000 from year 2015. Full set, of course. A heavy hitter.
You know, well, technically on paper, anyways, I had the opportunity to buy that white gold world timer before, like last year,
Oh, yeah?
December 2021. Yep, sitting in the display case, just sitting there.
And why did you pass on it?
Well, for one, that's a lot of money to be fucking shoving out the door. Secondly, I had my eyes more focused on the Submariner at the time, so.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, look, I mean, the Patek World Time is it's a very niche watch. You know, it's you have to really want it. I think it's a very special watch, but I don't. For example, I don't see one in my future either. So I can certainly see how you would go for a
Well, it's
sub.
top of the food chain, though. You know, it's top of the food chain.
Yeah, but look, I mean, sometimes, hey, it is top of the food chain, but sometimes the heart desires what it desires. You know, maybe you want to eat at Chick-fil-A rather than a Michelin star restaurant. It is what it is.
Mm.
And I mean it. I don't, you know, again, I collect mostly Rolexes, so I would be the last person
Yeah.
to demean a Submariner. So
No, I've got a box full of Rolex now, which is kind of contradictory to my whole campaign now, because I didn't really want a box full of Rolex, and now here I am.
yeah, this is the same chrono that we were looking at earlier at the Phillips auction, this time in rose gold. You can see the case back commemorating the 175th anniversary of Patek Philippe as a company. A beautiful piece again, 35 to 65K is the estimate, a 5975R. They have a 5968G, again, as in with the other precious metal aquanauts. It's the extra jumbo, so to speak, 42.2 millimeter case size. It has a chronograph, that's very desirable khaki globescape engraved dial, and the matching rubber strap, 150 to $250,000, and it actually happens to carry in that sub dial the Tiffany signature as well. Crazy. That might break the high ceiling of $250,000 as that full set, you know, the khaki dial, khaki strap, flyback chronograph, Tiffany signature. Patek and Chick-fil-A, yes. Well, Chick-fil-A I use mostly, again, being a Rolex fanboy, to refer to Rolex rather than Patek, but yes.
That would make sense too, given that Patek is considered to be holy. So you would have a blessed day on the dial.
You know,
Oh,
which world times I really like, Joe, and here it is, the world time chronograph. Have you seen these before?
I no, I don't believe I have. No.
It's really a beautiful piece.
Yeah,
Again,
it looks magnificent.
yeah, it benefits from that beautiful single register execution of the chronograph. Beautiful guilloche pattern in the middle. Of course, the usual function of the Patek World Time is there, but you have the additional chronograph here and here. Amazing. And these still exist in the lineup, of course. 5930G here in white gold, World Time chronograph. Beautiful piece. Estimated to sell somewhere between $40,000 and $80,000. Guys, as I'm scrolling through these, of course, if you see a piece that you want to take a closer look at, please write in the chat and alert me. And I'll be more than happy to pull it up and take a look at it. 5070, a lot of 5070s, in fact, here in 3 different metals. This is the previous generation compared to 5172 and even the 5170, so 2 generations ago, in fact, of the Patek manual wound chronograph. You have it in platinum with that beautiful deep blue dial, leaf hands, Arabics, of course, in white gold with like an off-white dial, and in the pink gold with a very stark black dial with the same rose gold accents carried over to the dial as well. It's this probably is my favorite of all those watches, of all those hand wound chronographs, 5070s, 5070R with the black dial. Beautiful piece, estimated to sell somewhere between 45,000 to 75. I'm mistaken, by the way. This is a 5070J, so it is actually yellow gold with the black dial. So my apologies. It's from year 2000. Very modern proportions, 42 millimeter case. Should be quite wearable. Box papers, full déployant clasp with the Calatrava cross, of course, on the back. Beautiful watch. A lot of Patek in this Christie's auction, huh?
Nobody wants them anymore. They're unsellable shitters.
Right. So this used to be the heavy hitter at the time. It actually has a different shade of blue on the dial. This is 5711/1P. So the platinum 40th anniversary edition of the Nautilus that was produced in limited numbers in 2016. It has that engraved right here on the dial. Don't mistake the indices on the dial for lume. They're actually baguette diamonds. It's in full platinum otherwise. It is actually presented in a way that's reminiscent of the original Nautilus, which had these cork boxes to inspire that seafaring nautical theme. It is really a beautiful watch, but it's expected to reach more than $500,000. So for the discerning buyer, so to speak.
Put it on the credit card.
I don't think my credit card has a limit of $500,000, Joe, to be brutally honest with you.
Just put a mortgage on the house. You know what?
Made in a very limited number, believed to be less than 50. I didn't realize it was that exclusive, actually. So less than 50, hey. To date, has only been seen 3 times at public auction in the 6 years. Pardon me, that's very exclusive. Not impossibly exclusive, but certainly less than 100 in existence, if not less than 50. Of course, there's the 5168G, again, the jumbo, double sign Tiffany, gradient blue dial, matching navy rubber strap, white gold, 3-hander Aquanaut with the date function, with the matching Tiffany box, estimated to sell at the high ceiling of $120,000. They have the Patek pilot watches in steel as a 3-hander, and the dual time in white gold and pink gold. They have the 5230, the white gold New York version, if I'm not mistaken. Limited edition of 300 pieces. So the guilloche decoration is actually a skyline of New York. Again, the older layout of the cities that includes Hong Kong instead of Beijing. This is also a very beautiful piece, executed in white gold with that special dial. Limited edition of 300 pieces, produced 5 years ago for New York. Again,
Talk
they
me
threw
dead.
in.
All right, thank you. I'm sorry. I thought my mic was turned off. My bad.
Bowser says, "Hi, Horology Chapel. Hey, man. Welcome back. Welcome back." The dial print is tacky. He's referring here to 5711, which has the 40th anniversary inscribed on the dial. I understand, but it's like a very limited edition watch, so it has to be a little more ostentatious, I guess. Affirm payments for $500,000 watch. We can do a layaway. So here we have, again, something they threw at us as a bone. A Calatrava in pink gold with seconds on the subdial. Beautiful piece, Dauphine hands, exquisite dial. Hey, you can't really complain about this. 38 millimeter case, a very classical piece of design. Estimated to sell somewhere between 10 to 20K. I really, I know it's counterintuitive a little bit. I really love Calatravas that actually have the crown guards. I know they're not usually very popular. This is a very unique case shape, as you have seen, that somehow enlarges the case and hides how small that movement is, which I don't really appreciate. But there it is. This is a 5123R, a pink gold Calatrava with seconds on the subdial from about a decade ago. This is kind of similar model to what we were looking at the Real earlier, but obviously at a much more elevated level. We were looking at an annual calendar, 5056P, And this is 5550p, which is an advanced research perpetual calendar with the brushed grain silver dial, moon phase, of course. And let's see what is so advanced research about it. Micro rotor, limited to 300 examples. Leap year indicator is right here. Let's see. And it's expected to sell for about $100,000. Lot SA. Fitted with the ultra-thin automatic caliber of 240, highly attractive brushed silver dial with pink gold indices and luminous dots and hands, platinum case. The wristwatch uses the patented Oscillomax ensemble, which includes the Gyromax Psi balance in Silver and 24K gold. So the silicon stuff again, basically the Spiromax balance in Silver, as well as a refined Pulsomax escapement. So basically a silicon balance, silicon hairspring, and a silicon escapement, more or less. Notable result of the accrued efficiency brought by the new Oscillomax ensemble, the power reserve of the watch is increased by nearly 50% from 48 hours to 70, and the movement accuracy was greatly increased as well. But again, I like the all gray aesthetic, and it really helps the moon phase to pop. Beautiful watch, 5550p. Thomas Broadbent says not buying the advanced research shtick. Yeah, it's basically feeding us all the silicon stuff and marking it up in price. It's really not fair. We have looked at a similar watch like this, Aquanaut flyback chronograph. The orange accents are quite nice. Steel, of course, 5968. The estimate is somewhere between $100,000 to $200,000. 5712G up to 100. 5130G, again, white gold. Oh, fascinating. This must be a special example. Commissioned Jerusalem dial. Wow. All right. I'm intrigued. Tell me more. Nice. What's the story between this? Behind this 5130G, white gold world time, beautiful guilloche dial right there in the middle. Jerusalem in red, which I have never seen before, from year 2014. What does it say? The present Patek Philippe reference 5130G-023, a special requested piece featuring the dial's removal of the Cairo time zone and its replacement with Jerusalem in red lettering specifically. Amazing. According to research, Patek Philippe created this in a way that features Jerusalem, albeit in gold lettering. Well, Jerusalem of gold, right, as the song has it. The present timepiece was a special request by the original purchaser. Well, that must be a very distinguished buyer indeed, and is noted on the certificate of origin. So 5130G-013 has Jerusalem in gold lettering. That would be an excellent piece. I'll make a note of that. There's a 5738R, a rose gold golden ellipse, Tiffany double signed. Beautiful watch. Probably my favorite Patek watch, honestly. Matching cufflinks, Tiffany double signed. Expected to sell somewhere between $20,000 to $40,000. Nice. $59.80, which is the Nautilus chronograph in rose gold here. The chronograph version is quite amazing, isn't it? $150K to $250,000.
It's definitely a get fucked watch, right? I mean, you can just, you can spit on somebody, and what are they gonna do? You're wearing a solid gold Patek
Chronograph.
Yeah, on top of it is a chronograph.
Yeah. I think, if I'm not mistaken, Alex, the doctor, the surgeon from Spain, he has a steel version of this, if I'm not mistaken. And in steel too, it's certainly a Feikoff watch, for sure. But I mean, in pink gold, it takes it up a notch, for sure. This is again 5531. It's pink gold world time minute repeater. Oh my God. Depicting the Lavaux vineyards on the shores of Lake Geneva. The estimate is from $1 million to $2 million. Fascinating. And of course, the movement itself integrates the Calatrava cross as well. And you have the gongs for the minute repeater right here. The micro rotor. Beautifully decorated with guilloche work.
Oh, Dis is in the chat.
Oh, he is? Yes, Yerushalayim Shel Zahav. Yes. I'm trying to get rid of the... Jesus, what did I do? I think I
You're
banned
banning all of
someone.
our punters. You're banning all your viewers.
Jesus Christ. All right. I was trying to simply porn spam, but I basically ended up eliminating one of my most loyal supporters, which is Thomas Broadbent. Thomas, give me a second. I will bring you back.
Thomas,
Yeah.
you should demand reparations.
I'm such an idiot.
Have Lord PayPal you. $10.
No way. No way. I'm not paid enough for this to begin with. I'm not paying anyone anything, with all due respect. Let's see. Take it away, Joe. The link is pinned, by the way. This, so if you want to jump on, please do.
Oh
Please
yes,
do.
we
Join
loved
the
it.
channel. We love you. We
Love you,
genuinely do. Let's see. What did I do, man?
I remember I wrote in the comments like I missed when Dis was declaring war on like YouTubers like every 30 minutes. Oh man.
Um, settings. I think it's here. Community.
It's gone cactus, Lord. It's gone cactus. It's pear-shaped.
Yeah. Thankfully, I don't usually ban people, so that he should be easy to find. All right, there we go. I removed it.
Oh Lord, you could have got your show sponsor. You should have said PayPal me $10 or Cash App and I'll unban you.
Yeah, but I mean, because I fucked up, I apologize, Thomas. I was.
Wait, does Thomas have a wrench? That's worthy of a wrench right there.
Get rid of the porn spam.
Lord's got to cut the link out and save it for later.
Oh yeah, of course, absolutely. I'm all for. Thomas says I'm good. Welcome back, man. It's again my apologies.
Thomas, this is where you demand a wrench. You demand a wrench as reparations.
I'm so unnerved by the use of reparations in this context. But okay.
Oh shit!
And coming from someone with native ancestry, no less. But hey, I guess
I remember. It's a bit off track, but I remember when Mike the Snake said something that was maybe just a little off track. You know, Mike was getting like a little pushback from like, Jesus, Mike, this is the 21st century, you know. I remember I wrote in the comment section like, Mike, I demand reparations of $100, and Mike's seen it in the chat. He's like, all right, no problem, buddy. Checks in the mail. Oh man. I miss Mike the Snake. I hope he's doing well. Truly, I hope his leg is getting better.
Can you update me in the situation, because I haven't watched the Archie Luxury live stream for a while, but I feel like something's going on. What's going on with Mike the Snake?
So okay? So how much do you know, or rather don't know? So you know Mike got his leg hurt, right?
Do I know what?
You know Mike got his leg hurt.
His leg hurt? Yeah. What happened with his leg?
All right. So, long story short, I guess he was crushing boxes, right, out of frustration when he found out O'Sheen was piping Blondie. Because this happened. This is actually true. It happened the same day.
He actually got devastated.
Yeah. So it actually happened the same day when O'Sheen went out and went in public that he was laying wood to Blondie. Mike was crushing boxes, I guess, cleaning up his house or something like that. And I guess the story goes like, you know, he's taking this box, he's gonna put it up on the shelf or something like that, and it fell and it hit his leg perfectly, like at a perfect angle. And given that Mike's a diabetic, right? He bruises like a peach. So
Right.
it cut him open, like it cut him. And I guess it got kind of infected. So he went and seen the doctor.
Oh, no.
And like for a moment they're like, I know Diego was saying like there was like a moment where like they were wondering like if they would have to take Mike the Snake's leg, in fear of like it spreading. Because that's like, I guess that's the unfortunate part of being a diabetic, is like you don't. Well, I've heard like stories like, you know, like a paper cut to you and me might mean nothing, right? It might bleed for a couple of minutes, but we control it. As we're diabetics,
Right.
if that's, you know, if they get a paper cut, they're fucked. Like they have to legitimately go to the hospital to get it under control.
Yeah.
So I guess Mike the Snake is doing much better now. but he has to keep his leg elevated. And yeah, for a while there, his leg was looking pretty nasty, I guess. Um, and he's not supposed to be walking, or not supposed to be putting too much pressure on that leg, I guess. So he's kind
And
of bedridden.
all of this because the two swindlers of the Watch YouTube community got together. He got frustrated by that.
I mean, that's the inside joke part of it, but I guess no. I think Mike was just trying to clean stuff up around his house.
Okay.
But yeah, that's the story everyone's going for. You know, Mike was taking out his frustrations, his sexual frustrations out on these cardboard boxes, and one of them bit back at him. So
All right. I love Mike the Snake. I hope he's not actually upset at that nonsense. Those two people
no,
absolutely.
he's not. He knows people are
Those
joking
two
about it.
people absolutely deserve each other. Nothing more, nothing less. I think that's a great match. A match made in the what should I say? I think it's what was it? The eighth, yes, the eighth circle of hell, specifically,
Yeah,
which is which Dante described as the circle of fraud. So it's just perfect. It's really perfect. This is an incredible piece, by the way. 5372, a Rolex, a, a Patek perpetual calendar, chronograph with the moon phase, of course. The moon phase at 12 o'clock. It's in full platinum, as you can also see from the small flawless diamond right there. Incredible piece. Salmon dial, of course. It's an
I love salmon dials. I mean, they're underrated, but I understand why they are, because you have to be the right person to be able to pull it off. Like myself, I could pull it off, being a little bit darker toned,
yes.
as is, obviously. But yeah, no, I get why they get a lot of hate too, because they are a watch that you can't wear every day. You know, you can't wear it casually. You has to be right setting, right time, right time of year type thing.
Sure. Sure. No, I agree. I mean, look, Thomas has a great point there when he says this is a thank you good night piece. Like it can be a great exit piece. You know, if you want to get rid of your entire watch collection and get something like a perpetual calendar chrono with a salmon dial. Of course, you won't wear it every day, but hey, wear your Seikos for every day and save this for the special occasion. Wear it once a month. Go out to eat with it. I don't know. The only flaw is the P seal. Hey, man, it is what it is. It is what it is. They made a huge deal um, about going out from the Geneva seal. This is actually, honestly, when it comes to the hand wound chronographs, including the perpetual calendar chronographs they produced after their exit from Geneva seal, I think they still preserve a lot of the quality, to be honest, Thomas. I can't make a generalized statement about it, but I still admire Patek's manual chronograph movements, and this is a great example. Um, but I know exactly what you mean when it comes to the absence of the Geneva seal. It certainly signifies something that changed. By the way, the black polish of those Dauphine hands, um,
Is it
Jesus.
polish or DLC?
No, no, this is black polish, and you know, it's actually one of the most difficult things. This is a split second chronograph as well, by the way. I just noticed the twin second sands. That's why. Um, because basically you have to be perfect because black shows even the slightest flaw, right? So that's a particular technique of polishing where you make sure that it doesn't reflect anything, which makes, of course, that material into black. Pardon me. So you have the leap year indicator here, day and night, of course, day, month, date. Man, what a beautiful watch. And yeah, compared to other stuff, that was going up to 2 million, this is a mere 200,000 to 400,000. And it says introduced in 2017, Patek reference 5372P-010 is a fine take on the modern split seconds chronograph. It's a monopusher split seconds chronograph, an incredibly complicated layout to achieve. That's why Thomas was first to say, look at that pusher, right? It integrated everything into a single pusher. Enormous amount of mechanical work needed to properly calibrate the chronograph to a single pusher system. This particular reference was offered with two different dials, blue and rose gold. Although publications have referred to the dial as salmon, Patek Philippe lists the dial as rose gold. Patek Philippe timepieces that feature the ever so pleasing salmon dials are among the most desirable. So it's actually an untreated pink gold dial that gives that salmon coloring. Really beautiful, especially against the platinum. This is a white gold perpetual calendar in a Nautilus case, 5740-G. Similar estimate to the model we just looked at, Tiffany double signature. And again, obviously, it's quite prestigious with the micro rotor movement. Okay, comes with the Tiffany pouch and the matching cufflinks. I guess there's some added value in that. And apparently the first example of this watch to come into the market with the Tiffany double signature. Fascinating. Yeah, a lot of Rolexes. There's a Kermit that has its high ceiling at $20,000. There's a 5-digit Explorer 14270 with its high ceiling at 20,000. A 5-digit Daytona 25 with the black dial, 25 again with the white dial. 6239. Fascinating. This is a blue Daytona, 60s Daytona. I wonder if that dial is blue or did it age to be blue. It's a 6239, 4-digit Daytona. Let's read the lot essay. Launched in 1963, available until 1976. Reference 6239 was available in stainless steel and 18-karat gold. Its solid bezel is engraved with a tachymeter scale. The reference 6239 is seen with a variety of interesting and important dials, including the Paul Newman exotic dial. So this is actually a light Blue Daytona due to the light blue Daytona signature above the 6 o'clock. Scholars agree that a defect in the paint used for printing the Daytona resulted in the change of color over time. Interesting. Wow. So it kind of, from white, it became like a powder blue, that Daytona writing. Fascinating. All right. And the dial itself, I think, aged into like a very deep navy color, but that might be just a visual illusion.
Matte black. Yeah, perhaps more of a light matte black.
Mhm. And the estimate is up to $60,000. I think this is a very nice piece. A lot of sleeper Rolexes in this Christie's auction, guys. There's also, again, a mid-sized yellow gold AP Royal Oak with the high ceiling of the estimate set around 25. There's Jean-Claude Killy, um, an annual calendar, well, sorry, a triple calendar or triple dates chronograph, 4 digits, Jean-Claude Killy, the estimate's 120. There's a Submariner with red writing from the 70s with the high ceiling at 18. There's a 6262 Paul Newman, exotic Paul Newman dial with the high ceiling at $250,000. There's a white gold A. Lange und Söhne Zeitwerk, estimated between $40,000 to $60,000. There's a Grand Lange 1 Lumen, which is, as you might know, is the larger size. And the dial itself is not only luminous, but also transparent, so you can actually take a peek from the front into the movement. Very special piece. The estimate runs somewhere between $80,000 to $120,000. Um, there is a Seamaster Professional, which has those broad sword hands and that mil-spec kind of look. Let's take a closer look. The high ceiling we have is $20,000. The bezel itself is luminous too, apparently.
It's a good looking watch, honestly.
Yeah, I love these earlier Seamaster 300 divers. This is from year 1967. Extract from the archives indicating initial delivery to US of A. And yeah, this is actually quite similar to those mil-spec units delivered to the British Special Boat Service. So if you're interested in that mil-spec diver look, what a beautiful watch. And it's in great condition. Look at how uniformly and beautifully it aged. Man. And again, it depends on the kind of buyers who go into this, huh? Maybe you might be able to get it at that um, double red from here.
I
60
wonder
to
how many
100.
people actually show up to buy them. You know, because a majority of these are going to go into what, museum, so to speak, or dealers for display only type thing.
Honestly, I mean, it's this is a, for better or worse, this is a pretty commonplace selection. So there's a lot of watches that that your run-of-the-mill collector, a very rich one at that, of course, would love to own. This is a white gold Texan, by the way, the quartz Rolex watch.
The one that
The
OC's
first,
looking at.
yes, he has the yellow gold one, and he's looking at this one, I guess. Uh, Honestly, aesthetically, I find them really pleasing. I love that bracelet. And the estimate is somewhere between 24K to 50K. Fascinating. But yeah, Joe, this is a very interesting selection of watches. So I'm sure actually there will be a lot of, again, very rich ones, but run-of-the-mill collectors, not necessarily dealers or museums who will go after some of these pieces. I mean, look at this early 50s example of the Submariner with stick hands rather than the Mercedes ones. Very cool. And it's in great condition too. 6205 from 1954. And the estimate runs all the way up to 120,000. Honestly, from all of this stuff, that's the one that makes me salivate the most. An early example of the Submariner.
Looks like a Tudor. But be honest, Lord, if you spent that kind of money and somebody said, "Oh wow, nice Tudor Black Bay 58," how insulted would you be?
I'm not actually. Someone said to my father's Submariner, "Is that a Tudor?" And it actually pleased me. So I don't know. To me, it just says something about the kinds of things that Tudor gets right. A question from Bert K. He says, "Did Jacques Cousteau exclusively wear the Seamaster?" No, actually, he wore a lot of different divers watches, including the Submariner, but also the Blancpain 50 Fathoms. But here he is wearing what is understood to be a prototype Submariner, but it really looks like 6205, like the one we were just observing a minute ago. And this is Jacques Cousteau during the filming of The Silent World. There we have an interesting pink gold day dates with a very unique decoration on the dial. I've never seen anything like this, honestly.
Was that honeycomb? No, it's not honeycomb. It's what is that?
Exactly. I've never seen it. It looks like some sort of plaid design, honestly, except it's like a guilloche decoration on a watch dial. Very unique. Pink gold day dates on a president bracelet, and with that unique decoration on the dial. Again, the estimate is 20 to 40. And here it's named as a tapisserie dial, just like the Roylock dials and those pantograph drawn decorations. It does look similar. Love it, honestly. Love it. It says a rare and well-preserved example, the present Rolex 1803 is housed in an 18-carat pink gold case with matching original pink gold bracelet. The highly unusual and rare tapisserie dial is seldom seen in the market, making this watch an incredible opportunity for day-date collectors, General Saad, and vintage watch enthusiasts who seek unique pieces for their collections. Guys, we are closing on the 4th hour. Please hit that like button, upvote the stream, spread the word, share the link. Help me get that much closer to 1,000 subscribers so I can get monetized. In the meantime, if you want to encourage me, if you want to support the channel, if you want to help me expand the channel, buy more equipment, create more exclusive and original content, you can always consider a contribution on PayPal at lordhellespontv@gmail.com, lordhellespontv@gmail.com. I also have a Cash App at $LHVVV, $LHVVV, and the information will continue rolling on the ticker. And I appreciate any and every contribution, including your presence and support and engagement in the chat, of course. Thank you for everything. Please upvote the stream. I think we're going to go for another hour. We're looking now at another Patek perpetual calendar, the so-called red dot 3448G in white gold with a lovely matching bracelet. It's one of the only two known, apparently, hence the high estimate from $800,000 to a 1.6 million. The red dot is a leap year indicator, date, day, month, moon phase. Otherwise, an incredibly simple, if not simplistic, design in white gold, Dauphine hands, beautifully polished indices. Not much more you can ask for from a watch like this.
Lord, what do you think the odds are if you showed this to like a bank and said, "Hey, I need a loan"? What do you think your odds are of being approved to even get like a, I don't know, like a fraction? Like, what do you think the odds are?
Zero. They will still run your social security number and decide on that. They don't give a fuck about what watch you wear. Don't you think?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, look, beyond the fact that this is a very niche interest, I mean the serious side,
Banks like
right?
money, though, Lord. They like money, and they like to know that if you can't if you default on your payment, they can get it back. And a watch like that,
exactly. Well, look, I mean, do how many employees would be actually patient enough? I'm forget about being knowledgeable, but patient enough to take a look at a watch like that and try to figure out if it's worth anything. Do you think they would care?
I think they would look at the numbers. Honestly, they would look at the numbers. So, like you said, only how many of them were made in the world? Two makes it invaluable, right? Essentially.
Basically, yeah.
And if they had proof that the first one sold for, let's just say, 800 million,
Right.
then well, shit, the second one's got to be worth just as much, if not more. So I think a bank would look at it that way. They wouldn't need to look. They wouldn't need to know about the lore of Patek Philippe or how many units are made. They would look at, all right, what did the previous one sell for, and what's this one going to sell for? I think that's all. I think that's all they would need, honestly.
Ooh, is it just me or is this beautiful?
It's a stunner. It's got that what would you call that, mother's milk dial? I don't think you would. It's definitely
It's an enamel dial, but yeah, that's an interesting, very, very fascinating word choice there, Joe. I'm not gonna go hard on it, but hey,
I don't know.
it's really
It's
beautiful.
yeah, I've heard that said a time or two before. Um are those baguettes? Baguettes. Not the ones the Italians eat, but the ones that shine in the light when you hit them. Kind of looks like it, doesn't it, on the hour markers?
It's the matching yellow gold actually, but they still look pretty special, and they kind of look like they sink into the dial a little bit. I don't know if that's wear and tear, or whether that's intended or not, but it makes it look even more beautiful. And there's the Tiffany double signature there. That's a beautiful Calatrava, man. It's like it's also
Absolutely.
35 millimeter, so nicely
Ooh, all right.
proportioned.
Well, I'm out. It's the
Nicely
ladies' side.
proportioned for the two of us, Meech. Um, and I don't know who Mark Marno is, but he must have been a man of exquisite taste. Look at this. Ah. Sometimes, that the simplest watches can inspire quite a bit. Yellow gold, Dauphine hands, indices, enamel dial, seconds on the sub dial. There's nothing ostensibly special about it, but it's really a beautiful watch. 2526J, first series apparently. 70 to $90,000 from year 1953. Extract from the dials and extract from the archives and the original presentation box. Look at that beautiful purple lining inside that.
That's
Tiffany.
a box you could get buried in, as Tim would say. You can put your ashes in there. You can be buried with it.
I'm not letting anyone burn me when I die, but yes, that's an interesting way. Once again, to put it. Ooh, this is a beautiful case as well. They call this Tasti Tondi. Very fascinating stylized lugs, beautiful manual wound chronograph, Arabic numerals at 12 and 6 o'clock, 2 registers, classically proportioned, probably wears quite small for our standards, but who cares? It's a beautiful, beautiful piece. 1463R, so in pink gold, retailed by Serpico y Laino. I think that's a Venezuelan jeweler, if I'm not mistaken. Yes,
Now,
the
would that
watch was
meet?
retailed. Hmm?
No,
Go
go
ahead.
on. Go on. No, go on.
No. I was just reading. You said that means what?
No, I was about to say, would that meet the official dress watch? I mean, would it meet? Would it meet the Gentleman's Gazette standard?
I don't know what Gentleman's Gazette is, but I will tell you this. I think a manual wound chronograph that's somewhere between 36 to 38 millimeters, with 2 registers. This is as good of a dress watch as a two-hander with a sub dial. Trust me on that. You can say the dial is too decorated, the tachymeter is too confusing, too many registers. No one cares. Classically proportioned, precious metal. The dial is actually quite clear, very open, and I don't think the pushers are too intrusive. This is actually a 35 millimeter case, probably even better for that standard, because with the pushers, it probably wears a little bigger than that. I would say this is, this is a dress watch to die for, honestly. It estimate is from 100,000 to 150,000. But yeah, I don't know what is Gentleman's Gazette. You'll have to educate me on this.
So The Gentleman's Gazette is a YouTube channel that primarily focuses on men's fashion, primarily,
Mm-hmm.
like dressing up, like suits, more of an older style suit, and things of that nature. But every now and then they talk watches because they view a watch as an important accessory with
Okay.
your suit. And they've done a couple of videos like, what watch should you wear with what suit? Should you wear a watch with a tuxedo? And they've done a wide variety, and they're old school. They're extremely old school. They say, sometimes they kind of go back and forth saying the JLC reversal is not a true dress watch because it goes against the code of law. Um, it's it's too large. It's not, it's a complicated watch, especially if you get like a duo. And they prefer a watch that's like another watch from the J. Gerla Culture line that's a little bit older, vintage, 35 mil, simple three hand, and a 9.3 and 6. That's what they kind of view. Now there's another guy in there. They've got the watch enthusiast who views the Omega Speedmaster as a dress watch over the JLC. So a very interesting group nonetheless.
Okay. Well, respect. I will try to check them out, but I mean, it's kind of already suspicious to me that one would rate the Speedmaster as a better dress watch than the Reverso. That's a very strong and unfounded opinion. I'm not too hot on that, but hey, I'll check them out. Um, we were just looking at the 1463, which was a very old school Patek Philippe hand-wound chronograph, classically proportioned in rose gold. And we went to an early 1960s of a 4-digit Submariner with the gilt dial, what they call a tropical kind of patina. I'm not too hot on these guys. I think it's a little much to sell what are essentially humidity slash moisture damaged watches to people under the premise of um, I don't know
This is why
coolness.
I stay away
Let's
from
say
vintage.
apparently.
Circular logic. The vintage market is a con to offload garbage, damaged, broken shitters to unsuspecting punters for like an 80% markup.
I love you, Meech. I really do. Um, this one has pointed crown guards. Again, the gilt dial, which has aged in this particular way, which they call tropical, and hence comes with a ceiling of $80,000. And apparently, it has it was presenting these pictures of the owner. I don't know who that is, though. Um, I don't think it's a celebrity. Undeniably, one of the most beautiful examples of a gilt Rolex Submariner, reference 5513, ever to come to the market. Well, you know what a more beautiful example would be, Christie's one with a dial that was well preserved, but go on. The watch will captivate all who have the opportunity to hold it in their hand and will both thrill and dazzle the new owner to no end. Thank you for the purple prose. Hey, man, it's an as an heirloom piece. I wouldn't have cared, if my father's Submariner had a dial like this. It's not like I was going to get it replaced. But when I see something like this in an auction, marked up all the way to 80,000, I don't know. I'm not gonna say I get enraged, but I'm just puzzled. I'm just puzzled. Like,
As
why are you
Cam
trying
would
to trick
say,
me?
that's like a $300 watch at best.
No, but you know, I certainly, again, I can never wrap my head around why a watch that essentially has a damaged dial would command such a premium. We have a unworn Seiko Captain Willard 6105-8110. This is a beautiful piece. Maybe an
The disc
acquired taste.
special, right? You have this one too, don't you?
I have a King Turtle, which is a similar case design. It's a cushion case. This is a little more stylized here, Meech. Um, it has like a little cutout here. So this is a very specific take on the cushion case design for a diver. Even more special in a way for those who appreciate it. Um, I do like the usual turtle case a little better than this, but I respect it. A rare unworn diver's watch with date purchased from PX. It is actually purchased from Navy Exchange with the sales slip. Look, it had a layaway ticket. It's too cute. Someone put it on layaway and paid it off. Man, I miss
I
those
can make
days
a
for
comment
watches.
there, but I won't.
Man, I know you could, but I just miss those days where you could put things on layaway and actually, you know, pay in installments without interest and shit. It was pretty
I
cool.
mean, some dealers still do, but it's I don't know. It's like it's usually just about a month or 2 months max, you know.
Right.
It's not enough time.
Man. So this is estimated to sell somewhere between $5,000 to $10,000. Um, they're actually including that original military jacket of the purchaser. Man, imagine the stolen valor you acquire by buying this watch. It's like it's like it's like Zero West, but more authentic.
Mm. They should have sold this like on the 4th of July, 4th of July special, you know. Lord, you're muted, Lord. Lord, you're muted.
Who muted me? I think maybe my mic was unplugged. Can you hear me now?
Right, yeah. Yep.
Yeah, I was just saying that, you know, the family that consigned it probably wanted to add some value to it. So I can't really blame them, quite honestly.
I wonder if it comes with complimentary dog tags that you can engrave. I'm sorry, that's a little fucked up, but can you imagine?
Um, we have commemorated our veterans and those who were lost on Memorial Day. So I do apologize for this little run we had there. No offense meant. Um, but that is a beautiful, beautiful Seiko Willard diver that has actual provenance, you know, something that's bought from PX, bought from Navy Exchange specifically. That's something to be appreciated. We have 1526J, a yellow gold perpetual calendar. Again, a very simplistic design. I kind of love it. Probably unwearable. Oh no, it's 36 millimeter. Nice. Okay. Because I didn't imagine something from the 40s, which I was alerted by that dial, basically, because it still has, Patek, comma, Philippe, and company, right? So I thought this would be quite small, but at 36, I guess it's still wearable, and it has that subdial here that integrates the small seconds, the date, and moon phase all into one. And of course, you have the day and the month there. The Arabics at 12, 2, 4, 8, and 10. Beautiful, beautiful watch. I guess your Gentleman's Gazette, Joe, wouldn't call this a dress watch either, huh?
No, they would call this a dress watch.
They would?
Yeah, 100%.
Okay.
They
What?
just would. They would. So they would list this. They would list this watch in business, business casual, dress, but it would not make the tuxedo cut.
Jesus. Like, imagine how anal retentive you must be to say you can't wear something like this with a dinner jacket.
Well, they wouldn't be
I'm
the
sorry, but
Gentleman's
like,
Gazette
if
if they did not uphold the standards. You know.
man, come on, a Patek perpetual calendar. If you can't wear that with a dinner jacket, I don't know what you can. You might
It's
as well not
considered
wear anything.
rude. It's considered rude to have a perpetual. I mean, no, it'd be considered rude in general to have a watch at a tuxedo event. You know.
How about, would it be considered rude if I slapped the writers of that Gentleman's Gazette with my silk glove?
No, I mean the new guy though. The new guy. So they just hired on a new guy for watches, and he's actually a lot more forgiving. As a matter of fact, he's so forgiving
Yeah.
actually that I believe in one video he actually did recommend for casual wear for like a suit and a blazer type thing. He actually thought like wearing a Tudor Black Bay 58 on a NATO would actually be a good look as long as it matched your blazer, like the NATO matched with your blazer. Which I don't think is actually that bad of a. If you can pull it off, I don't think that's that bad of a look.
Not at all, man. I mean, look, here's the thing. The sports jacket slash suit look, especially after the pandemic, is now in a way so outdated, so antiquated, so niche that if you are not going to wear a sports watch or add something that has a contemporary flavor in one way or another, you might as well not even try, because it will look like a costume. And I know now the trend is getting scaled back a little bit. Like, a lot of the employers now are trying to call people back, and laying people off who refuse to come back to the office. So the trends might change. They haven't been transformed forever, but as it is, a lot of people don't wear suits and consider them very outdated. Um, Same thing with
Right.
sports jackets and trousers, whatever. Yeah, whatever form of business and business casual you imagine, you have
Well,
to.
you're seeing a lot more of like t-shirts, like graphic t-shirts with a sports jacket over it. I mean, I guess I'm not particularly fond of that look. I get if you were doing like a deep V cut that's just like a regular shirt, like a one palette, like blue, black, yellow, whatever. But like to have a graphic T-shirt and then try and pull off a sports jacket, to me it just looks very distasteful.
I'm not gonna issue a very general judgment, but my personal problem with that look is I'm a sweaty fiker, so I have to wear a colored shirt whenever I wear a sports jacket or blazer. Like, if I wear a t-shirt and a blazer over it, I'm gonna ruin that jacket, that suit jacket or that sports jacket, because I will sweat and it will start covering the color of that jacket. There's a reason that these pieces of clothing, that articles of clothing are designed a certain way. And yeah, I mean, forego the tie by all means. No one really needs to wear a tie at this point. I like wearing ties, but you don't need to. So yeah, wear just like a casual Oxford shirt, not a dress shirt, if you're gonna put a sports jacket on. I can't do that look, honestly. Like a V-neck with a sports jacket or blazer, it's too much for me. But again, no offense. This is a very interesting Breitling. It's a perpetual calendar, if I'm not mistaken, with a tourbillon, jump hours, retrograde dates. Amazing. Wow. Looks very futuristic as well, of course. Beautiful guilloche decoration on the dial. Yellow gold. Minute repeater as well. Sorry, I forgot that. Basically, all complications wrapped into one. And man, the estimate is from 130 to 180,000. It's made for Piguet's 250th anniversary at year 1997. Beautiful, beautiful watch. There's Playtona, a platinum Daytona.
See, even in platinum, I'm not. Like I said, I don't hate Daytonas. I'd never buy one.
Honestly, I have quite warmed up to. I still don't like the steel ones with the ceramic bezel in the current production, but I've warmed up to a lot of different kinds of Daytonas over time, even though I'm not even a chronograph guy. I find them to be very tastefully sized, and I'm just trying to find excuses to avoid properly man-sized watches in the contemporary Rolex lineup because I have very delicate and feminine wrists. This is my problem, Joe. There's no cure to it except to hide out myself as a vintage watch collector, quote unquote.
Yes, yeah, and then call other people simps for admiring true horology vintage timepieces.
It's just a smoke screen, Joe. It's just a smoke screen because I can't wear properly sized man's sports watches.
You can't afford a modern contemporary timepiece of today's caliber.
That's another reason, yes. But yes, for that reason, I find the Daytonas very attractive because the case size is basically 38 millimeters rather than 40 or 41, as is the case with most of the modern professional lineup in Rolex. The upper estimate here is $120,000. It comes with its original communication box, tags, warranty card, of course. I'm also a big fan of this glacier or ice blue dial. Do you like it or not?
Actually, I do. I call it like a shamrock green, essentially, because that's what comes to mind when I look at it.
Really?
But it's a very unique color, and I do like it.
Did you see it? Because it doesn't look green at all. Did you see it in person?
It bounces around in the light, doesn't it? It goes from like a very weird teal color blue to like a mint green to just like a very babyish blue.
No,
Yeah, and
I'll
I think that's why I like it because it moves around in colors so much like the Milgauss.
yeah, I'll concede because the Hulk, for example, looks for all intents and purposes like black
Black.
in most
Yeah.
most artificial light. That's how it looks like. You go out into the sun, then the sunburst green comes out, and same thing with the bluesy. That sunburst blue dial for the Submariners. It can look blue for the most part, but then from certain angles it looks purple. So I get what you mean now, that this can look green from certain angles and in certain lights. Um, but yeah, I think this is actually a quite cool uh, model. I mean, heavy hitter, of course, on a full platinum bracelet as well, mounted on a full platinum bracelet. But what do you think about this piece?
It's not terrible, I guess. I mean, it's a little obscure, isn't it, though? I don't know what it is. Um, the way the numbers are laid out, it looks like it's too much going on, too much shit going on with the left side. It looks, I don't know, it looks off balance. There we go. That's what I'm trying to say.
When they first introduced this was even more of a mess, I would say, because it didn't have the power reserve indicator, which gives it kind of like a quirky feel here, which somehow justifies it. It also had leaf hands rather than the uh, Nautilus hands here. So it looked very strange in the Nautilus case, the Roman numerals and leaf hands kind of pushing a dress watch aesthetic against the unusual and modern and sporty design elements of the Nautilus. This, I think, kind of balances it out. This was the absolute dog of the range, Joe. Just 5 years ago, you could pick these up for like at most $10,000, $8,000 to $10,000, 3710. Do you want to take a guess about the estimate right now?
Um, I'm gonna put it bare minimum $50,000 to $60,000.
Dun, dun,
Wasn't too
dun.
far off. Like, at least on my bare minimum.
Yeah, 80 to $120,000. The world has gone mad. Um, yeah, so this was their way of trying to update the Nautilus a little bit. They had reduced it. So 3700, when it first came out, it had the jumbo sizing with 42 millimeters. In the next generation, in 3800, the size was reduced. And this was one of the first models where they brought in the so-called jumbo size at 42 millimeters. So that makes it very desirable for many, I'm guessing, at this point in time. It doesn't have the dial design that we associate with the Nautilus. Instead, a black matte dial. It has that power reserve in addition to having the three hands and the dates. Roman numerals, of course, instead of those indices that reflect the design of the hands in their own way and maybe in a more rectangular way, I have to say. Patek Philippe signature is taken from 12 o'clock to 6. I mean, I think it's a nice design and it was a great deal at one point in time. Not anymore. Not at all. Guys, we are in the last 20 minutes. If you have been enjoying the show, please hit that like button, upvote the stream, spread the word, share the link, subscribe if you haven't. Everyone is welcome here. This is a channel dedicated to watch talk. Sometimes we veer off the other topics, but we're always guided by our passion for wristwatches, and everyone is more than welcome here. If you want to support the work I do in this channel, you can always consider a PayPal contribution at lordhellespont@gmail.com, lordhellespont@gmail.com. I also have a Cash App at $LHVVV, $LHVVV. So feel free to contribute. The information is in the ticker. Fish Wolfman's brother, are you still fighting with Tim? I have never fought with Tim. Tim and I have never seen each other in real life. We are not beefing. I just don't interact with him. I don't appear on his stream. I don't work for him for free. That's all that needs to be said about it, Fish. But you yourself are always welcome on this channel. Thomas Broadband says, a little light and flitty, European style, about 3710. We have an example of the original reference, 3700, of a jumbo. The high ceiling of the estimate is $250,000 here. Comes in its
the water damage dial.
No, this one is just the traditional
Oh, it's this one then.
design of the Nautilus. Again, the yellow gold versions of these were much less desirable. Of course, not as great of a deal as the 3710 I showed before. Hey, nowadays they fetch quite a premium.
Absolutely. Lord, I'm turning into a pumpkin, a blumpkin. So
Quite all right.
I am going to take off and give you a fist.
The Datejust 41 blue dial. It's a
I'm
beautiful
going to
one.
assume it's a blue dial. It's a black dial.
Is it?
Yeah.
Oh, I thought you were biting off Cam's style, so I assumed it's a black dial. It's a blue dial.
As Archie would do his fake laugh.
Joe, we love you,
No
Joe,
shit,
and I
though.
always appreciate.
No shit. I'm actually starting to really like this watch. It actually gets more attention than my Yachtmaster. It pulls in more wenches than the Cartier. I mean, it's
not true.
yeah, I'm starting to warm up to it.
It doesn't attract more attention from the opposite gender as a Cartier Santos does. You know it, Joe. Don't lie to yourself.
It does. It's so shiny. It's like one of those rainbow fish. Women love shiny things, and yeah, given that it's high polish and stuff,
Okay.
it definitely gets noticed. Definitely gets noticed.
Smooth bezel and oyster bracelet for the modern Datejust. I think it's a great look. I don't think you need to regret that purchase in any way, man. I think it's
Come on, Lord. You and I both know. You and I both know played well over for this shit. But I will say this though, I'd rather have the 41 than the 36 because I looked at what a 36 would be if I tried to dump out of it. Jesus Christ, that'd be a bloodbath. I mean, don't get me wrong, I'd probably lose a little bit of money on this one, but that 36 mil would be a fucking nightmare to try and offload, especially now.
Yeah.
But with that said, I bid thee good night and adieu.
Take care, man. All right, so we are in the last stretch, guys. We have 20 more minutes. So let me get through this particular auction. We have two more great examples. This is an Audemars Piguet Royal Oak 5402 in steel. Of course, an A series, one of the first Royal Oaks to be ever produced. In fact, presumably from year 1972. As you know, the Royal Oak is 50 years old. This year, they came up with all sorts of new models, an entirely new reference with an in-house made movement for the first time. Once again, of course, that came together with a lot of new themed auctions, a lot of resurgent interest in the model, in the design. So you can only expect these pieces to go up and up. The expectation here is $100,000 to $200,000. It comes with a box, but no papers. But it is number A80, so one of the first 100 watches to be produced in this series. A very select example. Of course, it doesn't hurt that it has the original 2021 caliber that is based on a movement designed and produced by for Audemars Piguet by Gégé Lecoutre, the watchmaker's watchmaker. An incredible piece of design. I'm a huge fan of the Royal Oak. Of course, this is a very special example indeed. Rightfully belongs at an auction, but hey. And finally, for lot 137, for the Christie's auction that is going to take place in about 2 days, we have a reference 25636 in platinum. It's a Royal Oak perpetual calendar with moon phases of northern and southern hemisphere, skeletonized dial, so you can actually peek into the movements from the face of the watch. And of course, that skeletonized design is reflected in the back as well, with the rotor entirely skeletonized as well. You can see Audemars and Piguet on there too. The gold weight of the rotor in 21 karat gold as well right there. It's again, it's quite fascinating to see these sorts of grand complications, these sorts of prestige complications in what are essentially sports watches. And for this unique example, not one of a kind, but a pretty rare example from year 1994, encased in platinum, the estimate of Christie's auction house is from $200,000 to $400,000. Guys, with that, we are wrapping up our auction previews. Tomorrow, I'm going to take a look also at Bonhams and Sotheby's. Again, Sotheby's has an auction coming up on June 15 with 176 lots. Bonhams has an auction coming up on June 15 as well, this time in London rather than New York, which was the case with all the other auctions that we looked at. Bonham's London auction will have 72 lots. We're going to take a look at those tomorrow. Archive says, my PayPal won't let me log in for some reason. I have reintroduced Cash App. You can use that if you want, or not. Whenever you log back into PayPal Archive, your contribution will be more than welcome. In either case, I really appreciate having you on this channel. You're always a great friend and a great contributor, whether you're in the chat or on the panel. I really appreciate you. Thank you. Thomas says, the AP logo for Perspective Salmon deal 6 years ago, 22K. Hey, the prices in some of these watches have jumped up quite a bit. By the way, this is Mike Tyson's neck. Apparently, he had a 20-inch neck at the age of 18, which is quite fascinating that WBC would use this for its Instagram account. But anyway, let's jump onto my profile and have a little bit of fun before we log out. This is the former Italian Minister of Foreign Affairs under Silvio Berlusconi, current President of the Council of State, Franco Frattini, seen here in a very conservative navy business suit. Again, neat patterned silk tie, blue shirt, and wearing a 5-digit Daytona, the first generation again, powered by the in-house Rolex caliber 4130, which was the first in-house caliber that they designed in about 5 decades. Quite a nice watch. Speaking of dress watches, and sorts of sports watches can be worn with suits. Italians do it all the time. And as you see, it looks quite cool here, especially the former generation with a matching steel bezel and the white dial. I think it goes really nicely with a suit or sports jacket look. If you want to pop the bracelet out and put it on a leather band, maybe that would be slightly better for this sort of look. But hey, on the steel bracelet too, it looks just completely gorgeous. We were just talking about this watch, 3710K. Here you see another Italian businessman in, this time, a charcoal pinstripe, double-breasted suit. This is Alessandra Gancia, who was married to Delphine Arnault, the director of Louis Vuitton, actually, and a daughter of the LVMH CEO, Arnault. And he's wearing the 3710, that's black dial Nautilus with Roman numerals as indices and the power indicator at 12 o'clock. Again, a sports watch worn with a business suit. And if you ask me, it doesn't look off at all. Archive says, there we go. Let's see. Man, thank you so much for your PayPal contribution, my friend. Archive, I really appreciate you. Guys, thank you everyone again for your presence and support and engagement from the chat, from the panel. I always appreciate you. This is someone who was very recently the president of the Italian Football League, Serie A. His name is Gaetano Michike. He's now a chairman of a bank in Italy. And he's wearing another watch that we have looked at, except in platinum here, the annual calendar chronograph with the reference number 5960. Here, of course, it's 5960p. And it's a very classical power pose, you know, with his hand on the globe. Quite obnoxious, but I guess you can get away with it if you are wearing a Patek. And here we see the Pasta King, Paolo Barilla. Paolo Barilla is the heir to the Barilla fortune, the famous pasta makers that you can get all over the world. But he used to be also a race car driver, a gentleman driver of sorts, who also raced in Formula One for the now defunct team Minardi. I think for parts of a season at least. And here he's wearing the Explorer 2 with the black dial on a Jubilee bracelet, which I think is an interesting combination. You don't see it every day. They often come with an oyster bracelet, as you know, but it is a nice look and quite a useful contrast to what is otherwise an all blue outfit. And I was celebrating here the Platinum Jubilee. I think my friend Archive might just charge back his contribution here, but I was mostly interested in the horological history. Queen Elizabeth II here on her coronation day actually wore a Jaeger-LeCoultre watch with the caliber 101, which to this day is the smallest mechanical watch movement produced, and one of the oldest watch movements ever produced that are still in production today. This is actually not just a piece of jewelry, just a bracelet, but an actual watch. So that was what I was exploring there. A lot of the celebrations of football players wearing precious metal Daytonas on oyster flex. Benzema wearing the new GMT Master 2 on oyster flex here with the green and black bezel and the so-called testo, right? He's wearing it on his left hand, of course, which gives the crown this particular look. It's reversed. This was a special edition of IWC Ingenieur for the legendary French player and the Real Madrid legend as well, Zinedine Zidane. As you see, it carries the colors of the French national team and has his shirt number highlighted on the dial with a matching leather strap that also reflects those colors with contrast stitching. And there we go, guys. Thomas says, I would hate to be an heir to anyone who is super rich these days. Too hard to kill without being caught. Also too hard to outlive the rich fikes. How do I return my cash? First the queen, now this. Yeah. You don't like Zidane either? How about my lookalike, Roger Federer, wearing also the recent version of the GMT Master 2, this time on a Jubilee bracelet. And that watch seems to be pretty popular among football players, because here it is on Ibrahimovic's wrist on a Jubilee bracelet, but this time he's wearing on the right, so kind of makes sense. All right, get at me, bro. What's up?
No, it wasn't Zidane. It wasn't Zidane. It was Real Madrid holding the trophy and all that crap. And yeah, I've no problem with it.
I mean, yeah, it's look, man, I actually do think that I wouldn't want PSG to win the trophy at this point, but I think City should at some point. You know, it's
You don't want who to win it?
PSG, Paris.
Oh, right, yeah.
They have come close, but I think Manchester City, with all the success they have had so far in the Premier League in the recent years, the closer they have gotten, over the years to win it, I think it's well deserved at this point. City should have at least one European Cup in there.
Do you know what really sucks?
Yes.
You can make a really good argument for the last 5 years they're the best team in the world, yet they haven't actually won the biggest trophy. And that's kind of unheard of, where the team who probably is the best in the world isn't the best in the world, if you get what I mean. They haven't won that culminating goal. It's kind of like the Dutch team in the 70s.
Right, and I think that's a very compelling argument, actually, because if you exempt Manchester City, for example, who have been very dominant in the Premiership, Liverpool by far has accumulated so many points year after year that they would have won the Premier League far and wide, with weeks to go. And imagine, you are the team that outdoes that sort of consistently dominant performance. So I think City deserves some sort of European glory, but you are basically cursed by your own success. I mean, Manchester keeps winning the Europa League, for example, United. You never underperform so severely in the Champions League or in your own league that you would be relegated into a lesser competition, which you can win quite easily. No, isn't that the case?
Well, not until either the players get older, we get a lot of injuries. Yeah.
But yeah, so you are basically cursed by your own success. You're either gonna make it in the European Cup or not. You're either gonna win the Champions League or not. You can't be like Roma, winning the first iteration of the Conference League. I mean, you have to fall really short of the expectations to even compete at that level. Ultimately, I think it's going to happen, but I sometimes feel Guardiola is too single-minded. But perhaps this transfer already tells us a different story, since you now have a proper number 9 in Erling Haaland. Maybe he will implement a different system.
Well, the one thing about Champions League winners is they all tend to have two major difference makers on a football pitch. And City had one. They had one guy who could spin a game on its head. Now they have what you could say is two, with Haaland and De Bruyne.
And the ideal configuration, of course, is keeper and striker. You know, if you need two difference makers, that's where it starts. And you know, I have said this before, and I don't want to anger you any further, so I'm not going to say it. But I think you could do better than Ederson. But hey, be my guest. But you certainly need a better number 9, and now you finally have it. And the only thing is this: if Gundogan is going, Fernandinho is already gone. That's the area that needs reinforcements. No, who is Manchester City getting for a holding midfielder, for a number 8, and anything in between?
I don't know if it needs much strengthening as much as people think it does, because I think Bernardo is a very good number 8. Rodri is a brilliant holding midfielder. And De Bruyne's able to play number 8 as well, as far as 10. So can, believe it or not, so can Grealish.
Grealish, for sure, but what about number 6? What about the holding midfielder?
We need a backup. We don't, because Fernandinho's been the backup. Rodri's been the main guy over the last 2 years. He's been the main number 6.
Yeah. So you think Rodri can step in terms of the leadership qualities as well? Obviously, with his skills and talent on the field, he has in a way already superseded the older version of Fernandinho. But you think he can take on the same kind of character on the field as well?
I don't think he has to. I think our leader, as such, Fernandinho took that over from Company, right? When Company left. Now, it seems Ruben Diaz is the one who's leading the line. And I think that's more than adequate, to be honest. I think he's perfect for it. He's got the right mentality. Plus, he's like 24, 25, but he looks 46. So he's got that, like, he's got that type of...
Kind of like me. I look about 20 years older than that I actually am as well. So
yeah, nobody would ever believe you're 21.
No. But people don't already believe that I'm 37 either.
Yeah, I remember thinking you were like 49 or some shit. I'm sorry about that. That was mean.
I'm aging like the avocado on the kitchen counter, man. It's all right.
Well, you're not really, because you're like Angela Lansbury, right? Or you know the little old lady who from Murder She Wrote, or Bedknobs and Broomsticks. Actually, you know who might be a better choice? Maggie Smith. You know Maggie Smith? Dame Maggie Smith?
I have no clue, man.
Right, I'm naming women who pretty much looked like they were in their 60s when they were 30, but once they got to like 70, they still looked in their 60s, and that's kind of like you. Like, you, when you were 25, you looked 45, and when you're 55, you'll probably still look 45.
Honestly, I actually thought, on the dating apps, I actually thought that I should try to change my age from 37 to 57. So rather than looking like an older 37 who is potentially lying about his age, I could look like a sprightly 57-year-old, who looks way too young for his age. What do you think about that as an idea?
Well, I kind of did the same thing, to be honest. Instead of looking, when I was on them when I was 24, instead of looking like a 24-year-old who's had a very hard life, I looked like a 34-year-old who's had a less hard life. Still a hard life, nonetheless. But that was only when I travelled. In Ireland, I said my age because they all know what it's like to have a hard life.
You know, the receding hairline is always a dead giveaway. So it's
Man, I just shave my head now at this stage because, like, when I was 21, going bald, like, that was not good. And I don't have, like, I'm like a pasty mother. I'm pasty and going bald. Like, it's not like I'm like clean white. I'm like sickly. Like, you don't need that. You don't need that in your life.
it reminds me of I have two very good friends. The woman is Sudanese from Britain, and the guy is French, and they have two beautiful daughters. And the older one day says, "Mom, I'm black, and you're black. What about my father? Is he pink?"
I hate that. I hate that so much. Oh my god. Well, let me tell you something, Lord Hellsmont the Fifth. Right? Let me tell you something. I'm the wrong type of white, right? Like, I'm not like Chris Evans, right?
Okay, maybe this is a conversation we need to carry behind the scenes, guys.
No,
I love you. Thank you for your presence and support and your engagement. Watch live. That's George Cambosos Jr., who just lost the undisputed lightweight title fight to Devin Haney. He is getting stitched up in his corner. I'll see you all tomorrow. Please upvote on the way out. If you want to support the channel, it's in the ticker, it's in the description. You know how. Get subscribed. Please do. I love you all, and I will see you tomorrow.